welcome back today. It's great to see everybody here. You know, I'm glad we took off and left early yesterday. The weather turned out to be fine, but when they started doing their sound checks upstairs, this room was rocking. So there's no way we'd have been able to hear Julie, so it turned out great. So, I'll tell you what, I'm really excited about having Julie back. Years ago, my son was playing basketball up at Minnesota State, and so during the day we stopped at the mall and we were shopping around and went in Barnes & Nobles and here this young lady in there selling a book. And so I just started visiting with her, and she told me about the story. And so we bought the book, and I said, hey, you know, I run reading conferences down in Iowa, and I says, teachers need to hear this story. Would you be willing to come down? So her and Steve and the kids came down to Okoboji, and I tell you what, it just grabs my heart every time that I hear her. And we've been in touch over the years, and for a while, I mean, you guys were in Ames and Iowa City and Decorah and Council Bluffs. They were traveling all over with me, and so we got to know each other as friends as well. But Julie's in the process of doing a rewrite of the book and the rest of the story, you know, and I love happy endings. I love happy endings. So without me talking anymore, Julie Gertz.
Well, thank you, Bob. I am so happy to be back here. We were so excited when Bob called me because I really enjoy coming to Iowa, and I really enjoyed previous years coming here and speaking. But first I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I live in southern Minnesota with my husband, Steve. We have 4 now adult children, 3 of which are married. Our youngest, Sam, is soon to be married this summer. And we have 8 beautiful grandchildren. I worked at the elementary school that my children went to for 12 years. Currently, I work at a government center where I'm in the IT department. Well, as Bob said, I wrote the book, Andrew's Story. I did not start out to write a book. My daughter was in 7th grade, and she was really struggling in school and having a hard time with friends. We were butting heads all the time and just not getting along. So I was laying in bed one night, and I was thinking about her and everything she was going through. And I started reflecting back on her childhood, and I realized I couldn't remember anything about her when she was little. Well, this really bothered me. See, Ashley was born when Andrew was 18 months old, and that time was so crazy and chaotic that I had actually blacked out a portion of my memory. I could remember everything about Andrew, but I could not remember Ashley. Well, this went on for several days. Steve would tell me memories about Ashley. I would look at pictures, but I couldn't remember anything. So one night, I thought I have to do something. I'm not getting any sleep. I got up and I just started writing everything that was on my mind. And what I found is that this really helped. So I thought, well, maybe if I start writing from before the time Andrew was born until the current moment, or the current time, that it would jog my memory about Ashley. So I started writing, and I couldn't stop. Steve took over all the cooking and cleaning and taking the kids to their activities so that I could just write, because he knew this was really important for me. And before long, I had notebooks full. What I found through this process is that it was very therapeutic. I laughed and I cried a lot. And for a couple days, I got really angry. In fact, I was so angry, I was just angry at the world that this happened to our family. I even had to call into work a couple of days because I didn't want to see anybody. Well, when I had finished with my journaling, I called my sister and told her what I did. And she asked me if she could read it. Well, I was a little hesitant because I wrote a lot of very personal information in my journaling, but me and my sister are really close, and even though she at the time lived in a different state, she helped me through a lot of really difficult times when Andrew was little. So I decided to send it to her. Well, the next morning after she received it, she called me and she said she stayed up all night reading, couldn't put it down, and I needed to turn it into a book. I said, there is no way I am turning this into a book. But she called me every single day, bugging me because she's very persistent. And so finally I decided that maybe it would be a good idea to share our family's experience with autism. I knew that what worked for Andrew may not work for every child, but I thought maybe it would give families and caregivers different ideas of things to try. I also share some very personal information in my book. And when Andrew was little and things were so crazy, we thought we were the only family that could be experiencing this. We thought there is nobody else that is going through what we're going through. And I couldn't find any information at the time about what was happening. So my hope with the book was that other families wouldn't feel quite as alone. And I also hope that other students and teachers would read my book and get an understanding of what a child with autism and their family goes through. Well, my book was due to come out, and I started thinking about it, and I had a panic attack. I thought, what am I doing? Here Andrew is doing so well, and I'm going to put all this personal information about him out there for anybody to read. That what if this has a negative effect on him? Well, Andrew had read the book, and he gave me his blessing. He said, Mom, I'm okay with everything that's in the book. I don't do those things anymore. And if it can help somebody else, I think that's great. Well, I was still a little reluctant, so I decided to change the author name to my maiden name. I thought that way, if the book does have a negative effect on Andrew, we can just move and the book won't follow us. But thankfully, that wasn't the case. So what exactly is autism? Well, by definition, it's a brain disorder in which children have impaired social interaction and developmental delay. It's the fastest growing developmental delay. When Andrew was diagnosed, there was one child in 2,550. Now, actually it was 2020, the CDC reported that it's one child in every 36 is being diagnosed with autism, and it's much more prevalent in boys. There's no known cause, but there's a lot of theories. There's no known cure, but a lot of families have had the same success that we have had with Andrew. Well, when Andrew was born, he was a very happy baby. He loved playing with his big brother, Jake. In fact, Jake used to say, I hope we have another happy baby just like Andrew. He slept through the night. He laughed and he giggled and rarely cried. He said words like mommy, daddy, Jake, more milk. And he met all of his milestones on or before the timeline. But then, between 17 and 18 months of age, everything changed drastically. He started waking up several times during the night, screaming. There was no more laughing, giggling, or smiling, and he threw constant tantrums and screamed all the time. He stopped looking at us in the face, and his words disappeared completely. He also didn't want to play with Jake anymore, which was devastating for Jake. And he had to be watched constantly. When I say constantly, that is not an exaggeration. We couldn't take our eyes off him even for a second. An example of this is when Ashley was 12 days old, we had her baptized. And we had about 25 people over to celebrate her baptism. I put Steve in charge of Andrew. I said, all you have to do is watch Andrew. Just don't take your eyes off of him. Stay glued to him. That's it. I will take care of our guests, cook the food, get the food out, watch the other kids. I'll do everything else. Just watch Andrew. Well, I'm in the kitchen getting food out on the table, and all of a sudden, Steve comes running through the kitchen, out the back door, mumbling something about only taking his eyes off Andrew for a second. Well, I went running after him, and here Andrew got away from Steve, got outside, got into my sister's car, reached under the seat, and grabbed her keys, put the right key in the ignition, started the car and put it in gear, and drove it into the side of our garage. Thankfully, Andrew and the car were okay. And keep in mind, this was all in a matter of moments, and he was only 19 months old. Well, Andrew continued to regress. I was so worried about his rapid regression that I took him to our doctor. And the doctor said that, not to worry, this was due to the third child being born, and he was just having regression due to that. So then when he was 2 years old, I took him in for his 2-year checkup, and I was so worried and so concerned about what was happening that I insisted on a referral. I didn't really know where I wanted a referral to, just someone that could explain what was happening and to tell me what to do. But my doctor said that I needed to stop comparing him to Jake. See, Jake was really advanced for his age, and she felt I was comparing Andrew to Jake. She told me he was going through his terrible twos, gave me a couple names of books to read, and said, we'll monitor him in 6 months. Well, I read those books that she recommended, and there was nothing in there to explain what was going on with Andrew. Well, about that time, I also started going to early childhood family education. This is a wonderful parent-child program, and there I found out that if you feel your child isn't developing the way that they should, that you can call the county and have them come out and test your child. So I did, and 2 very wonderful people came out and tested Andrew. He qualified for speech and occupational therapy, and they came out and worked with him twice a week at our house. Andrew also could not be in daycare, so I had to quit my full-time job to stay home and take care of Andrew. So I did everything that the therapist did, but I did it all day, every day with Andrew. Well, I finally got my referral, and we went everywhere. We went to pediatric specialists that specialize in child development. We went to psychologists, psychiatrists, neurologists. We went everywhere, but we weren't getting any answers. They would say, keep doing what you're doing, and then they'd give me another referral. Well, pretty soon I started hearing things like, you're not going to be able to handle him when he gets a little bit older, and you better start figuring out where you're going to place him. Basically, we were being told there was no hope and no future for Andrew. Well, Andrew also started getting ear infections when he was about 14 months old. He was on constant antibiotics because the ear infections just wouldn't clear up. He had 2 sets of tubes. He was getting upper respiratory infections, and his immune system became very weak as this continued. In fact, the last time he had pneumonia, he was so sick, he was hospitalized, and the doctors had a really hard time finding an antibiotic that was strong enough to treat his pneumonia. I became very worried about Andrew's health on top of everything else that was going on. Well, I started reading about alternative care in one of my parenting magazines. And also somebody suggested I take Andrew to the chiropractor for his ear infections. Well, the chiropractor talked to me about nutrition and supplements and allergies. He also suggested I remove milk and dairy from Andrew's diet. I was like, there's no way I can do that. He's drinking like a half a gallon of milk a day. I can't just take away milk. But I was desperate, so I thought I'd give it a try. Well, in just a short time, Andrew's ears cleared up and he didn't have to be on antibiotics any longer. We found that the protein in the milk was causing his ear infections and upper respiratory infections. Well, I started thinking, if dairy could wreak this much havoc on Andrew, what else could he be consuming or coming in contact with that could be causing some of the issues he's experiencing? So I started researching everything I could on nutrition and child development. With my research, we switched to all organic foods. We went to all chemical and organic chemical-free and organic cleaners, including like shampoos and laundry, just everything in our house. We added nutritional supplements and detoxifying supplements. We put him on a very strict whole food, gluten-free diet. And after all of this, Andrew finally started to show some improvement. Andrew also started early childhood special education at the school when he was 3 years old. There, he received occupational therapy and speech, along with brushing. And they also showed me how to incorporate brushing at home. So I did that also at home. This was such a great educational start that we waited an extra year to send Andrew to kindergarten. Andrew had a lot of sensory issues. He was always chewing on something. He would chew on chains and rope, sticks, anything he could put in his mouth, he would chew on. But he especially liked Jake's little army men. He chewed all of those flat, which Jake was not happy about that. So the occupational therapist gave him a chew tube, and that really helped with his chewing. And he would run around with this chew tube hanging out of his mouth for years. Andrew also went into sensory overload. Anytime there was any excitement or a lot of people around, Andrew would get overstimulated. At school, there's always, not always, but there's celebrations going on, and anytime there was a celebration, Andrew would get overstimulated. Our school had a PTO carnival every year, and I was asked to volunteer. I felt obligated, so I did. Steve brought the kids, all the kids to the carnival while I sat at a table and sold tickets and gave out information. Well, I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I hear this familiar screech. I look up, and here's Andrew chasing other kids, running, arms flailing, and he is just screeching the loudest screech. He had transformed into a velociraptor. Well, I looked at Steve, and he gave me the look of, we need to go now. So I apologized and excused myself and said, I'm sorry, I have to go. Rounded up Andrew and the other kids, and we left. And that was the last time I volunteered for a very long time. Also, every summer, we would take the kids to Valley Fair, the zoos, and all the museums. And every time we went somewhere, it was an adventure. See, when we went someplace as a family where Steve could come with, I would also always assign Andrew to Steve. This really wasn't fair because Steve worked all the time and he was never home. But I was with Andrew all the time, and I knew all of his little tricks and everything he would pull to try and get away with things. But also, I'm the one that got all the dirty looks. I'm the one that I could hear people talking behind my back or coming up to me and making mean or rude comments to. So when we went someplace and Steve was along, I just wanted to enjoy whatever activity it was with the other kids and not have those dirty looks. You know, this was really selfish of me, but Steve always went along with it. So one time we were at the Minnesota Zoo, and Steve had Andrew, and me and the other kids were enjoying the exhibits. We came off one of the trails indoors, and there stood Steve, looking very pale and worried, and no Andrew. I said, "Where is Andrew?" And he said, "You won't believe what happened. Andrew had to go to the bathroom, so I took him in. He wanted his own stall, mistake number one, and I went into my own stall, mistake number two." Andrew quickly flushed the toilet and ran out. And Steve said he ran out after him, but Andrew was gone, nowhere to be found, and that's where we came into the picture. So I said, okay, let's split up and search for Andrew. At the Minnesota Zoo, there are 3 trails, 3 indoors, and then of course outside there's all kinds of trails and exhibits. I said, let's split up and search for him. Well, Jake at a very young age learned the protocol for searching for Andrew. So Jake took off down one trail, me and the kids down another, Steve down another, and we all ran the trails, came back, no Andrew. Well, it was getting late, the zoo was gonna be closing. I said, we have to find security. I said, if Andrew got outside, there is no telling where he's at. Well, Steve said, let's just check a few more doors inside. So we started checking the classrooms and other doors, and all of a sudden Steve yelled, I found him. Here, Andrew had gotten into some kind of a maintenance room. He was sitting on this big piece of equipment that kind of looked like an ice Zamboni, and he had started it. I can't even imagine what would have happened if he would have put that into gear. So as I said, we always had some kind of adventure everywhere we went. Andrew also was very sensitive to sound. In church, it's a big open area and there's speakers. Well, Andrew would cover his ears and I could see the pain on his face. So we would sit in the nursery. For a couple years, we sat in the nursery every Sunday where it's a smaller area, smaller speaker, and that helped a lot. We also couldn't listen to music in the car or at home, and we definitely couldn't sing. One Christmas coming home from my in-laws, we had about an hour drive, and Ashley, she was little, and she started singing Dashing Through the Snow. Well, Andrew, being very annoyed by singing, started screaming at the top of his lungs. Jake started yelling because Andrew was screaming. It was just utter chaos. So I, politely asked Ashley, please, I love your singing, but let's wait till we get home, and got her quiet. Andrew calmed down. Jake stopped yelling. Complete silence for about 5 seconds, and then all of a sudden, dashing through the snow, and utter chaos would break out again. This is usually how all of our road trips went for several years. Andrew also had a really hard time in music class, but we did do music therapy with Andrew, and eventually he ended up loving music and even went out for choir in high school. Andrew loved to swing. He didn't just swing like most kids swing. He would swing this wild, legs and arms flailing as high as you can go swinging. We had no idea how he stayed seated in his swing. Andrew also couldn't be interrupted. If he heard anybody talking around him or anybody walked in front of him, he would fly off the swing, throw himself on the ground, and start screaming and say, now I have to start over. It was kind of like he was processing his day up to that point. We used to call this his self-medication. And we were early on, before we were even realized it, we were already giving him the sensory input that he craved. See, if I had to go anywhere and Steve was home with the kids, he would put Andrew in the swing and push him for hours, because that way he didn't have to run after him. At school, Andrew needed occupational therapy twice a day. This was a problem because the occupational therapist was only at our school twice a week. So Andrew's case manager ended up taking Andrew out on the playground, and he let him swing twice a day. She would stand up by the school, and Andrew would get his swinging in. It would take 15 or 20 minutes. He did this rain or shine. It didn't matter if it was snowing and 30 below. Andrew was out there twice a day. At first, they gave him these thick rubber bands to pull if he needed a sensory break, but that just really didn't help him at all. It was the swinging that had a huge impact and really made a difference for him in school. We had to tell Andrew how we expected him to behave. We couldn't say things like, we couldn't say what we didn't want him to do, because it was like he didn't hear the don't part. So every time we went somewhere, every single day, we had to go over the rules. Like, keep your spit and your tongue in your mouth, keep your hands and your feet to yourself, stay in your bubble space, and there were many more. But this really helped. There were still always issues, but going over these rules really helped him. By 4th grade, Andrew started getting teased because he acted odd. He didn't have any friends. He would do things to attract negative behavior. He'd act in a bizarre way, kids would laugh at him, and he thought that meant they were his friends. What he didn't realize at the time is that the kids were laughing at him, not with him. His 4th grade teacher tried everything to help Andrew find a friend, but unfortunately nothing worked, and Andrew started getting migraines from the stress of being teased. Andrew also hated running. In 4th grade, the kids have to run the mile for gym. Well, Andrew came in as the slowest in the grade, and he got teased for being slower than all the girls. So in beginning of 5th grade, Andrew came home and he said, "I'm gonna go for a run." I said, "What? You don't like running?" He said, "I know, but I'm gonna train for the mile." I thought, good for you. They run the mile at the beginning of the year, so he only had a couple weeks. But Andrew was so determined to do better that he ended up being the 3rd fastest in his grade. But the teasing continued. See, Andrew was extremely sensitive to any kind of teasing, and he took everything literally. If somebody called him stupid, he thought the entire school thought he was stupid. But the word that really hurt the most was when kids would call him a retard. Andrew was so stressed at school that most school nights he went to bed at 5 o'clock at night. Now this made it really hard for him to get his homework done. I didn't want to modify his homework because I was afraid he might fall behind. But eventually I did work with his teacher, and if I felt that he knew the lesson, then I would sign off on it. Staff members would come up to me and tell me how sad Andrew looked. See, he would walk around with his head hung low, his shoulders hunched, and he wouldn't look at anybody or talk to anybody. It broke my heart to see him so sad. Well, about halfway through 5th grade, I found out about skills workers. A skills worker is a counselor that comes into your home and works with your child on social skills. Mark was a blessing, and he was Andrew's skills worker for 4 years. Mark went on the playground with Andrew and taught him how to play with other kids. If Andrew got upset, Mark was there to talk to him. See, I hovered too much, and Andrew was sick of it, so he didn't want to listen to anything I had to say. But Mark helped Andrew make better choices and eventually to become bully-proof. But this did take a long time. Well, in 6th grade, Andrew ran the mile again, and this time he came in as fastest in his entire grade. But the bullying was worse than ever. Andrew was kicked, hit, humiliated, and excluded. And he didn't want to go to school. He knew that every single day he was going to get teased, and he even talked about wanting to die. We also started getting truancy letters from the school because Andrew missed so much school, and on the days that I could get him to school, we would all be late. At the time, I didn't think the school cared or that they were doing anything to help Andrew. In 7th grade, Andrew was still getting teased. He still didn't have any friends. His migraines continued. He was depressed, and his grades were low. In fact, if he got a D-, we were happy because at least he was passing. Andrew had Mr. Christ for gym. Mr. Christ talked to me about when he first met Andrew, how concerned he was. He said he noticed that Andrew was very withdrawn. He didn't interact with other kids, and he was very sad. At times, Andrew would curl up in the corner of the gym in the fetal position and refused to participate. Well, Mr. Chris decided that he was going to try and get to know Andrew. When Andrew would curl up in the corner, Mr. Chris would sit next to him and talk to him for a few minutes. When he would see Andrew in the hallway, he would give Andrew a high five or give him knucks and say, "Hey, how's it doing? How you doing?" At first, Andrew didn't really want anything to do with him. He had really lost his trust in everybody. But eventually he started talking to Mr. Chris, and he started participating in gym class. Well, that's when Mr. Chris noticed that Andrew could really run. And Mr. Chris happened to be the middle school track coach. So one day, Andrew came home from school telling us all about this Mr. Chris and asked if he could join track. Well, we were hesitant because we had tried many sports and they did not end well. But Andrew really wanted to join, so we decided to give it a try. Well, it came time for that first track meet, and we were so nervous. If you've ever been to a track meet, you know they're really spread out, and the events, there's a long time between events, and we thought, how is Andrew going to know what to do or where to go? So me and Steve sat up in the bleachers watching Andrew like a hawk, and what we saw just brought us to tears. Here were these older kids in the track team, and they were putting their arm around Andrew, guiding him, telling him where to go, giving him high fives, and just really talking with him. And we could see the interaction was so positive. We were just bawling because we had never experienced anything like that with Andrew before. Well, it came time for that first race, and as Andrew ran by us, we're cheering and we're saying, "Yeah, go Andrew!" And Andrew looked at us, he turned, put his arms in the air, and he's like, "Yeah!" with the biggest smile on his face. And we were laughing so hard and crying at the same time because for the first time in such a long time, Andrew was truly happy. From that moment on, Andrew's self-confidence just skyrocketed. He didn't come in first in the race, but those kids on that team treated him like he was just a star. They gave him high fives and hugs when he finished that race, and they were just so wonderful to him. Well, at that moment, from that time on, the teasing ended completely, and his grades started to go up. It's almost like everything Andrew had learned previously from all the educators, Mr. Chris, Mark, our family, it's like everything just clicked at that moment and everything turned around. See, when he was struggling in school and not doing well, he was getting teased, he didn't feel safe. So there wasn't a lot of learning going on. It wasn't until the teasing ended that Andrew's grades started to go up. I learned a lot about teasing. I learned that communication is extremely important. I thought I was communicating really well with Andrew's teachers and with the principal and other administrators. But what I realized is I really wasn't. When the teasing continued, I thought the teachers and administrators knew that. And also, Andrew didn't want me to talk to them because he said things got worse after I talked to them. So sometimes I wouldn't tell them. I realized that teachers and administrators really do care about kids that are being teased, and they do want to help them. They just don't always realize that it's continuing. And also, I think sometimes, as with Andrew, they didn't realize that something so small is so hurtful for a child that is really sensitive. I also learned that kids aren't necessarily mean. They just join in. And with Andrew, he overreacted to everything. So it made it fun to tease him. It made it fun to get a reaction from him. I also realized that it was my responsibility as Andrew's parent to teach Andrew social skills. And when I couldn't do that, we found someone that we could, which was Mark. I've heard from so many families, so many parents that have said that one of the biggest issues they have in school with their child that's on the spectrum is the teasing. Well, the summer after 7th grade, our school added cross country. Mr. Chris called me to tell me that cross country had started the day before and wanted to know if Andrew wanted to join. Well, of course, Andrew did. And I said to Andrew, you know, the other kids already started. Maybe you should go on a little warm-up run so you're ready for tomorrow. So he said, okay. He took off on his run, and he called me just a short time later. I said, where are you calling from? He said, the community center. The community center was over 5 miles from our home. That was Andrew's idea of a short little jog. What I found with the kids on cross country is that they were just such wonderful role models for Andrew, just like track. And Mr. Chris was always extremely positive and motivating for Andrew. And of course, by now, Andrew loved running. And his grades continued to improve. See, when Andrew was getting teased, it was like everyone he came in contact with was negative. But after that first race, everyone Andrew came in contact with was positive. There was no more negative. I think because Andrew switched to having such a positive attitude, he only attracted positive people. Autism affects everyone. It takes a huge toll on the marriage, physically, emotionally, and financially. I have read statistics that the divorce rate amongst families that have a child with autism is around 80%. Financially, fixing autism is really expensive. Most alternative care isn't covered by insurance. And as in our case, a lot of times a parent has to quit their job to stay home with the child because, as I said before, Andrew could not be in daycare. It's also very exhausting. In addition to trying to keep up with Andrew and doing his therapies all day, most nights for several years, I maybe got 3 hours of sleep, and if I wanted to get anything done, I had to stay up all night. I saw a story on a mom who has a couple kids with autism, and she said sometimes she had to go 3 weeks or even longer, 6 weeks, without a shower because it was so dangerous for her to be away from her children at any time during the day or night. It also takes a toll on siblings. With divorce rates so high, you know there's some stress going on in the family. And my kids didn't get the attention that they needed. See, we were so focused on Andrew that we lost sight of what our other kids needed. We also disciplined Andrew differently, and my other kids took that as Andrew getting away with everything, which wasn't the case. My other children also started doing things in the classroom to attract negative attention from the teachers and other students. Jake's teachers used to find him either sweet and charming or annoying and obnoxious. I talk about a lot of different ways that autism was really hard, but it also benefited our family. We are stronger as a family because of Andrew. And my children all stood up for themselves. And I see that in my grandchildren too. He makes us all want to be better. And my children are all caring and sensitive to the teasing of others. And once again, I see that has been passed down to my grandchildren. They stand up for other kids. Andrew had a lot of successes in school. He was dismissed from special ed by the school. He worked really hard in school and received B's and B pluses. He went to state 4 times in cross country. He ended up being well liked by everyone, peers and staff. He was nominated to represent his class or his grade in many different school events like Snow Week and prom, and he attended prom. He joined plays and joined competitive speech. He was a positive role model for other kids. I received many letters from other parents of children who competed against Andrew from other towns saying what a positive role model Andrew was. And Andrew's coach also received letters from other coaches saying the same. Mr. Christ and Andrew were invited to speak at a youth conference for educators. And there, Mr. Christ said, once in a while, as an educator, you get to reach a troubled child and see the positive results. But most of the time as an educator, you don't see those positive results. They happen later on, as it did for most of the educators that worked with Andrew. But don't ever underestimate or doubt the positive impact that you as an educator have on a child. There are many things that helped Andrew in the classroom. I mentioned the sensory break. Going out twice a day and swinging was so huge and made such a difference for Andrew in school. But I had to really fight for that. In middle school, Andrew would run the track twice a day. And in high school, he would, in addition to running the track, he would also lift weights. This gave him the deep muscle sensory stuff that he needed. Also in the classroom, when Andrew didn't understand a lesson, just having somebody reteach that to him one-on-one really helped. I mentioned modifying his homework and not wanting to do that, but that ended up being very important. And I don't think Andrew ever even knew that his homework was being modified. Realizing when Andrew has had enough or getting overstimulated was really important, and watching for those beginning stages of that at home and when we went somewhere, but also in the classroom, the teachers kind of picking up on those cues, and when there was a lot of excitement or activity going on, just being able to have somebody remove Andrew from the activity and bring him to a quieter place before he got overstimulated. Also realizing that some of his behaviors might be from feeling uncomfortable or stressed about something. One example of this, I guess the best example, I have many examples of this, but one of them, when Andrew played hockey for a short time when he was little, and the kids started picking on him, tripping him, hitting him with their stick, things like that, calling him names on the ice when the coach wasn't looking. And Andrew would come off the ice upset, and if he ran into another parent and they said something to him, he would say, "Shut up and leave me alone." Well, of course, that parent would come and tell me how rude and disrespectful Andrew was. I knew it was because he was upset, which didn't make it okay, but having an understanding of why he did what he was doing, and he did the same thing in school occasionally to adults, but understanding why he was doing that made a big difference. Andrew needed reward and consequences right away. I know when I was in school or worked at the school, we learned about delayed reward, delayed consequences. For Andrew, that did not work. It had to come immediately. Andrew also needed like a quieter place to focus when he was working on his homework. Andrew was a visual learner when he was little, so preschool, kindergarten, first grade, communication was really difficult. So having picture cards in the classroom where Andrew could point to the picture cards to say what he wanted, but also he had a really hard time with transitioning. So showing him a picture card as to what was coming up next really helped. And as he got after first grade, then the teachers just giving him a 5-minute warning of, letting him know that they were going to stop doing one thing and start something else. That really helped in the classroom. Andrew had a lot of successes. But when he was little, I just had a few goals for him. The main one was for him to be happy. The second one was for him to graduate from high school. And the third was for him to have the option of going to college or at least living on his own. I believe that true success doesn't come from how many medals you win, how much money, or how popular you are. It comes from within. And if you are truly happy, then you are successful. And for that reason, Andrew is extremely successful. Well, Andrew did graduate from high school. He did attend college for a short time. He is married, now has 3 beautiful little children. He was the sole provider for his family. His wife has now since gone back to work part-time. And to see him as a dad, it just warms my heart every time. And sometimes I get so teary-eyed because I think of where Andrew was and what doctors said and where he's come, how far he's come and where he's at now as this, regular adult, just making a living and raising a family. And he is such a good dad. So that's where Andrew is now. And I think, many different people and many different things helped Andrew. And I do talk about those in my book. Andrew amazes us every day, and he has since the day he was born. And I don't think he would be the person he is today if he didn't go through what he did. Thank you. I have a short video I'm going to show, and after that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Once again, fans want to welcome you to the 64th Annual State Cross Country Meet.
Those mighty Mustangs are the best! Woo!
At the Minnesota High School Cross Country Championships, there are names
Phenomenal.
for people like Andrew Gertz.
Strong.
Words
Amazing.
that apply to the boy coming into the Class 1A race, ranked 5th in the state.
So I'll be here about 2 miles, and then I'll catch you again at the finish, buddy. Okay.
But when Andrew Gertz goes to a quieter place,
So,
his memory is seared with another word.
and I just dislike the word retarded or retard.
The boy who arrives at LeSueur Henderson High School and sees his name in lights has lived most of his life defined by a name in a report.
He was not actually diagnosed with autism until the summer after 3rd grade.
For Julie and Steve Gertz,
by then-
everything had started out so happily for their bright-eyed second-born son.
This is one of my favorite pictures.
But at
of when the
18
kids
months,
were little
Andrew
because
began evolving into a child they didn't know.
He would be laying on the floor crying.
At times inconsolable, at other times vacant. Andrew regressed and eventually stopped talking.
There was a child there, but there was no one behind those eyes. There was no one there.
And it only got worse for their child
Picked on, teased,
when Andrew
ignored.
started school.
Like call me weirdo, retarded, psycho.
Andrew split time between special education and regular classes, delayed both academically and socially.
6th grade was probably the worst. He knew every day he was going to get teased and picked on, and he knew he didn't have any friends to play with, and he just did not want to go to school.
I felt so bad.
I just prayed for a friend for Andrew. Please give Andrew a friend, somebody that he can, just hang out with.
But as they prayed, who knew? Andrew was already blessed. It wasn't apparent right away, In 4th grade, Andrew finished last in his class in the mile. But something told Andrew to keep running.
They say he doesn't think about it. I don't know. Do you think about it, Gertz?
Not really. I don't know.
We all look for turning points in our lives. Andrew's came in the 7th grade, in the first lap of his first track meet.
And he was running, woo, you know, he's got his arms up, you know, and he's turning around, you know, yeah. And we both were looking at him. He's like, he's having a blast for the very first time ever.
Steve and Julie sat in the bleachers crying.
Here's all these older kids, juniors, seniors, you know, putting their arm around Andrew like this and saying, hey, way to go.
Their son had finished that day in the middle of the pack.
Don't burn out too hard today, Gertzie. More about you, Trust.
But for the first time in his life, Andrew was part of something.
And I think from there, his confidence just grew.
Training tirelessly, his freshman year, Andrew made it to state.
So here he is right here. LSH's Gertz wins Section 2A meet.
As a sophomore, he finished 11th at state.
Gertz nails down conference MVP with Wynn and Jordan.
Good job, Andrew!
But think of what it says about where he started. That Andrew still ends each race by welcoming in
Nice finish, Pedro.
every runner who finishes behind him.
Good job, man. Good job, man. I always do this just to make people feel a little more cheered up, you know? Good job.
He was the only one for a long time, and then other kids started joining and doing the same thing.
Spin you around.
The boy with autism,
I'll save you.
who had no buddies, doesn't worry about such things anymore.
546, Andrew Gertz.
And this fall, when Andrew made it back to the state cross-country meet for the 3rd straight year,
All right, man. You know that no matter what, I love you and I'm proud of you, right?
in every way that mattered, Andrew had won before the race even started. Out of 160 runners who started the race, for the 2nd year in a row, Andrew would finish in 11th place. There's a name for people like Andrew Gertz.
Andrew, I'm so proud of you!
2-time All-State. And for a boy once alone with autism, a title even sweeter. Oh yeah. Friend.
It's like God reached out and touched him and blessed him with what he is now.
It's just been unbelievable to watch. You did awesome. We're proud of you, bud. You did everybody proud.
Good job, Andrew.
All right, are there any questions? I do have my email. Oh, go ahead.
I was just wondering, what type of a job does he have today? Is it more hands-on or is it more the academic brain work?
It's more hands-on. Andrew's a really hard worker. I wish he didn't have to work as hard as he does, but I think that's how he's wired. He's a more hands-on, such a hard worker. He works hard at everything he does. It doesn't matter what it is. But yeah, it's hands-on. Yeah.
Does his wife know the whole backstory?
She does. She's read his book, and she does know his backstory. Yep. Any other questions?
I know when the first time I had Julie, I was a principal at the time, and it was when we were starting to get more kids in the schools with autism. And as a principal, it was, to me, the kid's not really misbehaving, but yet being disruptive. And it was, okay, what do you do? So I think Julie really hit on it. You got to work together. It isn't, okay, you're coming to my office and you're in trouble, because that isn't going to help anything. And so, the parents, teachers, administrators, you have to work together as a team to figure out what is the best. And the one thing that really stands out, as I was listening to the conversations yesterday about this program and that program, and here's how you teach reading, and here's what you need to do, to me it still goes back to relationships. It's you in that classroom. It isn't the program you have. It's you in that classroom building relationships with those kids. And it might not even be you. It might be your teacher associate or a coach, you know, that ends up being the difference. I know when a lot of times in elementary education, you know, we'd have kids that just struggled, and you'd keep working with them and you keep working with the parents. All of a sudden they got to junior high. They had something in junior high we didn't have in elementary. Sports. You know, well, if I'm going to be on the football team, I have to have passing grades. You know, and all of a sudden, you know, there was an added incentive to be a good student. And so I think there's a real model of, you know, success in education. And you guys, you know, she had to live it, but I'm sure each one of you could come up and tell some success stories that you have with children you've worked with. And that's what keeps you going back to the classroom every day. You know, it's not because you're going to get rich, except, you know, rich in your heart, but you know you're making a difference. And that's why every time I watch that video, I'm sitting back there wiping the tears from my eyes, because to me, that's what education is all about. So one more round of applause for Julie.
Thank you. And I run into Mr. Christ once in a while, and I just ran into him at the park. I was with my grandkids, and he was playing music in the park. He also sings and plays guitar, so he was playing for family night. And afterwards, I talked to him, and we were reminiscing a little bit about Andrew. And he said, you know, Andrew gave me so much more than what I ever gave to Andrew. And he said what he learned from Andrew, he said, made him want to do better and be a better educator. So I thought that was really touching, that he still feels that way. He still thinks about Andrew and what happened, that transformation of seeing Andrew first day of 7th grade and where he was and how he was at the end of the school year still touches him, and he brings that every single day to the classroom. He's now I think a principal, or I think he's a principal in another school now, but always interesting to talk with him and hear something else. I hear new stories that I never heard before. So, any other questions? I do have an email. And I have a card up here if you would like it, but for those online, it's juliehanks@gmail.com. And please feel free to email me any questions you have. I'm happy to answer them. I don't have a book available to sell currently. I am, as Bob mentioned, I am rewriting my book for a 2nd edition, and so watch for that in the next year or so. But I did just, there was a new book that came out. It's called Magnificent Minds by Susan Gao. I think it's G-O-8. Great. I would recommend it for other parents. I'm not through the book yet, but it has a lot of really good information. It's a little fatter, so I know when Andrew was little, I kept my book thin because it was really hard to sit down and just read a book. But this book does have a lot of really good information. I would recommend that.
One thing I'd recommend too, you know, if you have several students in your building that are autistic, you know, maybe invite Julie in sometime to come and do a presentation for teachers and parents. So they see, you know, there's hope here. You know, this isn't, because I think, you know, as a parent, I mean, you had to be crushed thinking, you know, my kid doesn't have any friends. You know, and I know when our kids were in elementary school, my wife would drive over to the school during recess just to watch to see that our kids had friends. And they were popular kids, but, you know, you didn't know. And nothing makes you feel as a parent better than knowing your kids has friends and they're just good, normal kids. You know, so for parents, I think Julie would be a an inspiration, and for teachers that get frustrated and thinking, gosh, dang it, this is really frustrating. This kid's not listening and he's not learning, or she, So I think Julie would be a good resource to bring into your school sometime. Want to take the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Years ago, when I was the president of the Iowa Reading Association, Nancy was on the board, and then I started doing these presentations around the state, and I was invited to go down to Iowa City and put on a conference. And I thought, who can I get over to the eastern part of the state? I thought, wait a minute, Nancy. So I called Nancy up, and she came to Iowa City and did a presentation for me, and did several after that for me. So very active in the Iowa Reading still to this day. And so it's okay to do a plug for Iowa Reading here while you're here too. So let's give Nancy a warm Northwest Iowa welcome.
Thank you very much. I was a teacher in Independence for 33 years, and during that time I started teaching some night classes for Wartburg College, Upper Iowa University, and UNI. And then when I retired, I called UNI and said, okay, now I don't have to teach a night class. I am coming during the day. And I've never taught a night class since then. And it's been great. So now I work with undergraduate students. And I met this lovely teacher, Heather Furden, and she and I are now, we're office mates. We share an office, so that's always fun. So, we make it be social, and we have lunch together and everything. And last year, we presented a proposal to UNI and said, we want to co-teach a class together. So we taught Children's Lit together. And we had freshmen, and normally we have seniors, and we were like, oh my gosh, what's this going to be like with these freshmen, the very first day of college? We have them, on that Monday, and it was 95 degrees, and they're living in a dorm that doesn't have air conditioning, and we just had all this dread about what this is going to be. They turned out to be wonderful. We loved them, and we had a great class together. So we are going to do that same thing this fall. We're going to co-teach it together. So they get 2 of us, and we get like 35 of them, which is a lot. But anyway, what I want to share today is poetry inspiration. Like, how do you get your kids to want to write poetry? When I first started teaching in Independence, I taught it in middle school. And the kids in like 8th grade English would complain to me about the poetry things they had to do, and they didn't like it, and they thought it was all analyzing a poem, and they thought it was awful. Well, after 18 years at the middle school, I moved to an elementary. And I would go into the 4th grade classroom, and the kids would come up to me and go, Mrs. White, you just got to hear this poem. This is so funny. I go, oh yeah, okay, why don't you read it to me? Or read it to a partner or whatever. And they were so excited about poetry. And I thought, okay, there's a huge difference between making them analyze this and making poetry be drudgery compared to how these kids were just reading it and performing it and enjoying it. And it was just such a huge difference. And a lot of it was not just the age level, but how the teachers presented poetry and got the kids excited about poetry in an elementary school. So that's what I want to share with you today. Some ideas that 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, I was in a building that was just 3 through 5. But I think even if you were with some lower elementary, you can adapt some of these ideas and do them more as a whole class or a small group instead of, each kid writing their own, being an individual thing. Or you can adapt it if you're working with middle school kids too. So anyway, I'm hoping to give you some ideas to this because I just saw such a huge difference with kids who thought poetry was so fun. So we're going to begin today with this poem. Keep a poem in your pocket. Keep a poem in your pocket and a picture in your head, and you'll never be alone at night when you're in bed. The little poem will sing to you, and the little picture bring to you a dozen dreams to dance to you at night when you're in bed. This is by Beatrice Shank de Regnes. I'm not even sure if I'm saying how I say that. But anyway, this was a poem that she was a 6th grade teacher and had her kids learn this poem, and they would, recite it when someone would come in or whatever. Okay, so I gave this book to you to look at called Love That Dog. If you haven't, is anybody familiar with Love That Dog? Yes, you are? Okay, it's written like 4.5, so like halfway through 4th grade. We did this, we had all of our kids read this in 4th grade during Poetry Month in April. And so it's right about the right reading level. And Jack in this book doesn't think he likes poetry. He thinks it's for girls. And so it's the perfect book for 4th grade in April when you want to do some things with poetry, because the kids in the book are the same age as the kids who are reading it. So it's like reading about their peers, And hopefully if you use this book, then your kids will see that, yeah, poetry can be fun. But I wanted you to, if you weren't familiar with this book, I wanted you to see the format of it. This is called a novel in verse. And it's written in verse form, which is kind of unusual if you haven't had kids read a book like that before. But it's, pretty easy reading. And then in the back of the book are the actual real poems that the teacher talks about in the book. So as you're reading it, and if the teacher mentions a certain poem, then we have the kids go to the back of the book, look at that poem, and read it. So they're all provided for you in there. So I'll just read this up here. Jack hates poetry. Only girls write it. And every time he tries to, his brain feels empty. But his teacher, Miss Stretchberry, won't stop giving her class poetry assignments, and Jack can't avoid them. But then something amazing happens. The more he writes, the more he learns he does have something to say. With a fresh and deceptively simple style, acclaimed author Sharon Creech tells a story with enormous heart. It's written as a series of free verse poems from Jack's point of view. Love That Dog shows how one boy finds his own voice with the help of a teacher, a writer, a pencil, some yellow paper, and of course, a dog. And this is when I met Sharon Creech, she autographed this bookmark of hers. But this is something that Jack had said in the story when he said, I guess it does look like a poem when you see it typed up like that. And she had typed it, one of his poems, and put it up on the board. Because he had said he really couldn't write poetry. But when he saw it, and so now he's saying, okay, you really can. It does look like a poem. Okay, so this is the original poem from Walter Dean Myers, who in the book, Jack is one of Jack's idols. And the teacher has Walter Dean Myers come to the school and, perform or, work with the kids. And so the original story is this one, or the original poem is this one. Love that boy, like a rabbit loves to run. I said, I love that boy, like a rabbit loves to run. Love to call him in the morning. Love to call him, hey there, son. And one of the reasons Jack liked this poem is because his dad would say that to him. Hey there, son. so he could, put that personal connection to it. Okay, so now we're talking about taking that format and having students write their own poems from this. This was not one of my students. This one we found. Love my sister. Love my sister like a duckling loves to cheep. I said I love my sister like a duckling loves to cheep. Love to sing to her each morning. Love to hug her while she sleeps. She toddles like our grandma, squeaks like a tiny mouse. I said she toddles like our grandma and squeaks like a tiny mouse. Grins when she is happy. When she eats, she grins again. I say, I love my sister. Okay, so now we're going to talk about how inspiration can be. So Jack was inspired to write a poem based on the poem by Walter Dean Myers. So that's where it kind of all started for us in 4th grade. It's like, okay, let's take the poem and see if we can have our kids then be inspired to write a poem like that. So it all kind of started with Love That Dog, but then we went other directions. Okay, so in your packet, your first poem you're going to see is called Beans. And this was a poem that was published in a book called Hooray for Chocolate. So it goes, beans, beans, beans. Baked beans, butter beans, big fat lima beans, long, thin, string beans. Those are just a few. Green beans, black beans, big fat kidney beans, red hot chili beans, jumping beans too. Pea beans, pinto beans, don't forget Shelly beans. Last of all, best of all, I like jelly beans. So you notice how it's all talking about beans like you would eat, but then at the end it kind of has like a fun ending, and sometimes it's like a parody or just something that's unexpected. Okay, so we wanted the kids to write their own beans poem. But we knew that they needed like a template to do that with. So we just developed this. And on the bold lines, the dark lines, that is where they put the noun of whatever the topic is that they want. And then the rest of them are adjectives describing that topic. And then we always had them try to come up with kind of a unique, kind of a fun ending. So when they're sharing their poems, the kids are really listening for what they did at the end. Okay, so the next page in your packet is rocks. Okay, our 3rd graders did a unit on rocks. And here's just a quick little story. We had a brand new 3rd grade teacher. She came to me with this milk carton or milk crate full of rocks. And she said, these are all just dumped together. She found them in her cupboard. She goes, can you help me separate them into igneous, metamorphosis, sedimentary? Now, why the teacher who left just dumped them all together, I have no idea. But this poor young 22-year-old, just like, I don't know. I have to teach a unit on rocks, and I don't even know which ones are which. I said, you're going to have to talk to one of the other 3rd grade teachers. I'm a reading teacher. I'm not the science person. I said, you're going to have to get those other people to help you. But anyway, so they did a unit on rocks. And now they wrote this poem, which I thought turned out great. In 3rd grade, they did this as a class. And I think for, maybe a topic like this, doing it as a class worked really well. But just, read through this poem and look at all the descriptions that they have of these different kinds of rocks and think, okay, did they really learn something about classifying rocks? And, the properties that make up these different rocks, After reading this poem, I feel like they really did, So, rocks, rocks, rocks. Igneous rocks, metamorphic rocks, billion-year-old rocks, made from magma rocks. Those are just a few. Sedimentary rocks, layered rocks, minerals formed into rocks. building and sculpture rocks, plain rocks too. Textured rocks, smooth rocks, don't forget moon rocks. Last of all, best of all, I like skipping rocks. And I thought that was a really cute ending that those kids came up with, you know, to do that. And then they found some pictures to put on their page. And so you could use this, or some teachers use this too, like as an assessment at the end of some unit. Like, you know, what did they pick up from that unit that we just did in some content area? Okay, so that was 3rd grade. 4th grade, we did an animals unit. And each student had to pick their own animal and do research on it. And then one of the projects they could do then at the end, instead of writing a report, whatever, they could make a beans poem over their particular animal. And once you teach the kids the beans poem format, then lots of times throughout the year, that could be like a project that it could be a choice. You know, when they're making projects or whatever, that could be a choice. Okay, you can write a beans poem, and that's all you have to tell them. And we would have copies of that template just available, like where we had supplies. And so then they could just go get that template, and they could use that and write that as write their poem over whatever, you know, content area you were wanting them to do. Okay, so our kids each chose an animal. They did the research on the animal. Okay, this student, he wanted to write his poem about all animals. He didn't want to pick just one animal. Okay, so he's got all these adjectives describing, you know, different animals. So he goes animals, animals, animals. Hairy animals, loud animals. Big, bulging, ugly animals. Red, blue, yellow animals. Those are just a few. Weird animals. Loud animals. Big, fat, plump animals. Skinny, long, scary animals. Weird animals too. Short animals. Tall animals. Don't forget land animals. Last of all, best of all, I like water animals. So he just kind of, from all the different animals that we had studied, he was able to, you know, pick out adjectives that he wanted to use. Okay, so then this student on the next page, he had researched monkeys. So before I read this, I want to apologize if I mispronounce any of these types of monkeys, because I'm really not a monkey expert here, you know. But I think like he was trying to include all the different ones that he had researched. You know, he wanted to get them all in. So he goes, monkeys, monkeys, monkeys. Orangutan monkeys, colobus monkeys, big fat patis monkeys, long skinny spider monkeys. Those are just a few. Howler monkeys, spotted monkeys, weird looking capuchin-like monkeys, big red colobus monkeys, rhesus monkeys too. Vervae monkeys, proboscis monkeys, don't forget squirrel monkeys. Last of all, best of all, I like squirrel monkeys. I think at the end, he ran out of different kinds of monkeys to use. And so he didn't do his creative last line like we were trying to get them to do, but he had fun doing that. Okay, and then in math, here's one on fractions. And they really tried to include all different types of fractions that we had been studying. Fractions, fractions, fractions. Improper fractions, reciprocal fractions, adding and subtracting fractions, multiplying and dividing fractions, those are just a few. Doubled fractions, whole fractions, pieces of a pie fractions, make want to cry fractions, equivalent fractions too. Simplified fractions, comparing fractions, don't forget proper fractions. Last of all, best of all, I like solving fractions. I thought that was a good line. This is obviously somebody who really likes math, you know. And I thought this student found some really cute pictures, you know, to put with that. Okay, then in 5th grade, they had to learn all the bones in the body. That was one of the things. I didn't even know there was 203 or 206. 203, I think maybe that's it. I don't even know that's how many bones we had until you know, all these things you learn when you're teaching something that you didn't know before. Okay, so this was a 5th grade science. Bones, bones, bones. Skull bones, jaw bones, collar, shoulder, rib bones. Back, hip, finger bones. Those are just a few. Cranium bones, mandible bones, clavicle, scapula, rib bones, vertebrae, pelvis, phalanges bones, patella bones too. Femur bones are thigh bones. Don't forget shin bones. Last of all, best of all, I like strong bones. I thought that was a really good ending that student had chosen, you know. Okay, so now we're going to give you a chance to create your own.
Ours is titled Teachers. Teachers, teachers, teachers. Young teachers, old teachers, middle of the road teachers. Never give up teachers. Those are just a few. Tired teachers, wired teachers, work all night teachers. Always have a smile teachers, creative teachers too. Math teachers, reading teachers, don't forget PE teachers. Last of all, best of all, I like our teachers.
Thank you very much for sharing. All right, is there another table who would like to go next? You guys are coming up? Okay. You have to stand by me so the mic picks you up.
Oh, okay. Cars. Cars, cars, cars. American cars, foreign cars, small economical smart cars, long party limo cars. Those are just a few. Kids cars, grandma cars, fast, loud, flashy cars, slow, plain, basic cars, family cars too. Black cars, white cars, don't forget red cars. Last of all, best of all, I like high-tech cars.
Thank you. All right, another table?
We wanted to use something we can actually use at the beginning of the year, so ours is called manners.
Oh, good.
Manners, manners, manners. Polite manners, kind manners. Every day we use manners. Positive, upbeat, smiling manners. Those are just a few. Please manners, thank you manners, raise your hand manners. How are you manners? Sharing manners too. Helping manners, listening manners. Don't forget table manners. Last of all, best of all, I like, and we thought you could insert 1st grade manners or Wildcat manners, whatever your mascot is or whatever.
That's awesome. That's good. And you will be able to use that, so it'll be a good one. Okay, you guys did that together. Okay, this table. Did you guys each do one or did you do it together?
We each did our own.
Okay, well then whoever wants to come first.
Numbers. Numbers, numbers, numbers. Number 1, number 2. There are odd numbers, there are even numbers. Adding, those are just a few. Adding numbers, subtracting numbers, numbers that show place value, numbers that to divide and multiply to. Small numbers, large numbers, don't forget unlimited numbers. Last of all, best of all, I teach numbers.
Good. You can use that in math class. Okay, would one of the other ones want to come up?
I did mine on bears. Bears, bears, bears. Polar bears, black bears, big fat brown bears, cute little baby bears. Those are just a few. Arctic bears, forest bears, fast running hunting bears, quiet snoring sleeping bears, fishing bears too. White bears, little bears, don't forget brown-nosed bears. Last of all, best of all, I like polar bears.
You didn't do it. Okay. Did you do one in the back? Okay. All right. So those are all of ours. So thank you for sharing. I hope that gave you some ideas of how versatile this idea could be. So now I'm going to move on to some other poetry ideas. Okay. So the next one, we're talking about how we can use this in so many different content areas. So now this is back to 4th grade. This is another idea when they were doing their animal unit. Our animal units took a lot, we spent a lot of time on it. So this is another possibility. So we had this original poem, of which of course I could not find when I was trying to do this. But you can see on your piece of paper, the student who wrote this one about giraffes wrote on the bottom, 5 becauses. So in the poem, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay, 8 lines describing them. And we said in their poem, they had to have 5. That was the minimum. And I thought it was cute how he wrote that in the bottom of the poem, so he knew how many he had to have. But actually, he wrote 8, so I like them. Ask me why. So that's the beginning of their poem, and then it's because, and then it's all these reasons, and so they're writing like information that they found out about their animal that they research. Because they hold their head so high, because their necks stretch to the sky, because they're quiet, calm, and shy, because they run so fast they fly, because their eyes are velvet brown, because their coats are spotted tan, because they eat the tops of trees, because their legs have knobby knees, because, that's why I like giraffes. So the original poem is just, I like them, ask me why, make them do 5 becauses, and then at the end it's just because, that's why I like whatever the topic is. So it's a very simple format, but if you read this as an informal assessment, you could tell that your child did the research and learned something about that particular animal or whatever topic it is that you're doing. So we thought that was, and they had fun doing that one. They liked that one. Okay, next one. All right, so this is a book and it was called I'm Talking Big. Colin McNaughton, I think is the author. So on your next page, you'll see this big. So this is the original poem that we gave the kids. Big. I'm talking big. I'm talking huge. I'm talking enormous, immense, tremendous. I'm talking hulking, towering, titanic, mountainous. I'm talking maximum, massive, stupendous, gigantic, monumental. I'm talking fantastic, fabulous, incredible, unbelievable, mammoth, vast. I'm talking astronomical, mighty, monstrous, universal, colossal, magnificent, galactical. I'm talking big. Okay, so there's lots of synonyms there for the word big. Okay, so a 4th grade teacher that I work with thought, I'm going to use the thesaurus and see if I can come up with enough words to write a poem like this. And then we're going to have the kids do it. Okay, so she used SMART, and this was a great way to teach kids how to use a thesaurus. And now you can just do it on, the thesaurus is online that they can look up. But we had them actually use a hard copy. But okay, so she just came up with all these words for SMART. I'm talking smart. I'm talking intelligent. I'm talking clever, cunning, ingenious. I'm talking correct, brainy, eccentric, bright. I'm talking keen, quick, shrewd, sharp, perceptive. I'm talking intellectual, proficient, masterful, inventive, creative, imaginative. I'm talking skillful, genius, professor, productive, inspired, talented, gifted. I'm talking smart. So she did this one night, and she said, this really didn't take very long to come up with that many words. So, but we knew the kids needed a template to do it. Yeah, we knew that. Just trying to get them to write it on paper was not. So we came up with this template, and this made it so much easier for them to do it. So they could pick whatever topic they wanted, but they had to have a different word on, on each line. Okay, so if you go to the next page, now these are 4th graders that did this. So here's this girl, and she chose messy. And I was telling Heather, this fit her to a T. She was one of those people whose hair looked like she had never brushed it. Her desk was an absolute in disarray. Like, do you have that paper? Oh, it's in, somewhere. It's in here. It's like just, yeah. She was messy, fit her to a T. So she wrote this. We had them write it on the template first, and then they could type it. Okay, this is our clue or trick for them typing it. They could not change the font until they had typed the whole poem. Otherwise, they want to spend all the time picking out different fonts. You guys are nodding your head. You can tell they do that. Okay, so they could not do that until they had typed the whole thing. Then they could go back and pick fonts. Well, I think she tried to do every one of them that was, a possibility, Messy. I'm talking messy. I'm talking sticky. I'm talking gluey, ooey, gooey. I'm talking dirty, grimy, stinky, moldy. I'm talking pigsty, junky, piled, bedhead, gross, yuck. I'm talking unclean, messed up, greasy, polluted, muddy, sloppy. I'm talking dirt, disgusting, smut, mud, slime, grime, filth. I'm talking messy. I guess she misspelled a couple words in there too, but she was having so much fun with changing the fonts that she didn't do that. Okay, the funny thing about this is I ran into her mother the other day, and I told her, I said, I still use Lisa's poem because I said it was just so perfect, this poem about messy for, what I'm talking about. I said, what is Lisa doing these days, Now I'm thinking of this messy, unorganized person. Oh, she's a civil engineer.
Of course she is. Of course.
Which is precise, like okay, well, it's good. They can change after 4th grade. So.
That was fine. Outside was not.
Yeah, that was like it. But anyway, okay. And then this is another one. This is from this book. I don't know how many of you know this one. Judith Viorst, If I Were in Charge of the World. Anybody nodding their head that knows this book? A few of you do. Okay. And it's pretty funny. So go to the next page. Okay, so you have this in your handout. Okay, so we gave this to the students first. If I were in charge of the world. These were 5th graders. If I were in charge of the world, I'd cancel oatmeal, Monday mornings, allergy shots, and also Sarah Steinberg. If I were in charge of the world, there'd be brighter night lights, healthier hamsters, and basketball baskets 48 inches lower. If I were in charge of the world, you wouldn't have lonely, you wouldn't have clean, you wouldn't have bedtimes, or don't punch your sister, you wouldn't even have sisters. If I were in charge of the world, a chocolate sundae with whipped cream and nuts would be a vegetable. All 007 movies would be G. And a person who sometimes forgets to brush and sometimes forgot to flush would still be allowed to be in charge of the world. So then we wanted to know their ideas. If you were in charge of the world, what would you do? So I want you to look at the next page. So instead of a template, we gave them this chart. And I think I made them have like 10 or 15 for each one. So I'd cancel All right, what would you cancel? We would not let them put any student's name in there. That was a rule. But they could cancel, they could cancel their brother or whatever they wanted to, but, not somebody, in school. So they'd have all these things that they would cancel. And then there'd be, and would have them come up with a whole list of things that they would like there. And then the end was you wouldn't have. Then we just had them write it on loose leaf, paper from here. But they had the original poem to look at and said, okay, it has to be in the same format. So look at your poem and see on the first line it says, if I were in charge of the world, I'd cancel, and you have to have 1, 2, 3, 4 things you would cancel. Now, look through your whole list. You got 10 or 15 here. You pick out 4 that you want to have and then cross them off. Because we wanted them to, when they're just originally thinking of ideas, brainstorming, we don't want them just to have 4 ideas. We want them to have a bunch of them, because sometimes it works better in their poem as they're doing it, So make them have a whole list. And then then have them look back at the poem. How many of those do you need? And there would be, they had brighter nightlights, healthier hamsters, and basketball. So there was 3. Now you pick 3 out of this one. Anyway, this worked out really well, like for 5th grade, because they could do this and they could look at the original poem and write their other poem. Or you could have them type it in their Chromebooks or whatever, But this really helped them organize their ideas, their brainstorming ideas to do it. Okay, they had a lot of fun with this one, what they would do if they were in charge of the world. And that's just one poem out of Judith Vioris's book. She's got lots of other ones too, and they're all kid-friendly that kids like. We just chose this one because we thought this would be kind of a fun one for kids to imagine if they were in charge. Yeah. Okay, then the last one I want to share with you comes from this book, Good Books, Good Times. This is by Lee Bennett Hopkins. Does anybody know this book? No? Okay. And this is just one poem that's in here. Good books, good times, good stories, good rhymes, good beginnings, good ends, good people, good friends, good fictions, good facts, good adventures, good acts, good stories, good rhymes, good books, good times. All right, now we did this at the end of the year. So we gave them this last sheet that you have. So they had this on paper. Then they were to think, we would discuss it, but then they would think of what is a book that they read this year that they wanted to put down as being a good book. Sometimes it was a book that they had read individually during independent reading time. Sometimes it was a book that we had read out loud to them. Sometimes it was a book that they had read, in a small group or whatever. It could be any kind of a book. But so some of them, said, and then they would be talking like, oh, do you remember when we read, this book by Roald Dahl? I thought that was one of the best ones. And so some of them, had some of the same, but some had different ones. Okay, then good times, good stories, good rhymes, good beginnings. All right, what is a book that you read that really had a great beginning that you want to use? And so you could do this as a class, and we brainstormed, talked about it a lot as a class, but we kind of liked having each person have their own, they can make their own choice of what they wanted to put in there because they all read different books during independent reading, or it could be a library book or a book that they read at night at home, or or something like that. But it was such a fun way for them to look back over the whole school year and they would say, oh, I forgot about that book. Somebody would mention a book. I forgot about that book. That's right. I really liked that one. Let's put that had a great adventures. That would be a good one for that, or something. And so it was kind of you know, what do I want to say, reminiscing of what we had done all year. And, you know, some of them chose books that were read aloud books too, you know, which is fun for me to hear which ones did they really love that, you know, then, okay, I'll do that one again, type of thing, you know. But this was a neat thing that we did like in May. So that was kind of the end of it. All right, so hopefully those will be some ideas that you have and that you can use some of those when you go back in next fall. Okay, any questions anybody wants to ask me? No? You're all good? Okay, you can keep these, but I have to have the Love the Dog book back.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on for our next presenter. You know, I love bringing variety in for all my presentations and that. And I had some teachers that used to come to my conferences. Hey, we know this young lady. She's a beginning author, has children of her own. You just have to make sure you get her to present. So I called Georgia and I says, you know, hey, would you be interested? And she said she was willing to give it a shot. I said, you know, the one thing about this group, you're not very intimidating. So I know she's going to enjoy her time here with you. And so without any further ado, let's give Georgia a warm welcome.
So I am excited, a little bit nervous to be here today. I'm Georgia Minns. I am the author of a new children's book series, and it's all about a reflection of some fun adventures my son and I have had together over the recent years. And I am definitely out of my element today. I don't have a background in writing. I don't have a background in education. Professionally, I'm a CPA. I lead an accounting team for a bank in Sioux Falls, and my team's responsible for reading accounting guidance and SEC regulations, and I do board presentations, but I've never done anything like this, so bear with me a little bit here as I kind of get my feet wet. But all in all, I'm excited to be able to share more about the series with you, and especially about the first book, Saturday Mornings, that is published and available out there. Other than, you know, professionally, I am a CPA, but by far the most important role I play is being a mom. I have one son, he's now 6, and I'm also a single parent, and so I've learned a few tricks along the way. I'm having to navigate that road of just kind of different ways to keep my son stimulated and productive when we have some downtime together. And so I can totally appreciate that being a CPA and a children's book author don't typically go on the same resume. If it's a bit perplexing, I get it. I get that. It's a dichotomy for sure. But I'm going to tell you a little bit more about me personally, and it kind of will help set the stage of how I even came to write a book, because it was never on my bucket list. It just kind of happened. So I am from Northwest Iowa, born and raised. I grew up on a farm. I was an outdoor kid. I loved everything outdoors. And I got super involved in sports and music and all of that, and really just had a great childhood. It's a really stable home life, 2 parents, very loving and supportive, and ultimately felt like I was set up for success. I went to college in Sioux Falls. I attended Augustana. Graduated with a degree in business and accounting, and then I went to work for a Big 4 public accounting firm in their audit practice. I got to see a lot of things. I got to travel, and I did really well there and was really on partner track for the 8 years I was there, and then I left. And I shocked a lot of people when I gave in my notice. It was unexpected. They weren't quite sure what was going on, and the whole reason I left is because what was happening for me professionally was not happening for me personally. My entire background, I've always had stability, but I found myself in this bad relationship, and my home life was, it was turmoil. Success over here professionally, none of that over here personally. And the way I can best describe it in like a one sentence is, it was toxic on the good days and abusive on the bad days. And so in an effort to shift things up and get on a better path, I gave up my career and I made a big change. Ultimately, it was hindsight's 2020, right? It was just the first of many things I gave up. But at the time, it seemed like the right decision. Basically, when my son was born, things just got a lot more volatile. And so that was kind of the situation I was put in. And that's kind of the baseline of where things were. And at the end of the day, I mean, you can say it now looking back, adversity does usually follow at some point with an opportunity. And that's kind of where we are currently. We're in a much better place now. And this series is kind of a reflection of that transition. As much as I would like to say that I can just write stories about our adventures because I'm this fun, creative parent, that's not true. Creativity, again, I am an accountant, I'm a numbers person. So it was definitely kind of forced upon us, but it worked out in the end. So my time with you today is really just sharing more about the message behind the series. And I am going to talk more specifically about how the first story came to be, give you guys like a behind the scenes look, I guess you could call it. And then I do have a second book that's in the works. I'm hoping it'll be published here in a couple months and give you guys a first look at what that story is all about. So, we're going to wait to do that. Okay, so high level, the series is all about finding the adventure in your everyday. It's highlighting and celebrating the non-glamorous elements of parenthood and being a caregiver. And it's more about those small moments versus the big milestones that you typically think of in childhood. And I was intentional in that message because that was my experience as I tried to navigate becoming a single parent. Nothing about it was glamorous. At times it was a little monotonous, and but we did the best we could. And it created some really good memories. And so the series has 5 stories, and they're all a reflection of some of my favorite memories that have been created along the way. The first one is Saturday Mornings, that was published last year. The second one is Fishing Tales, and that'll hopefully be coming out in the next couple of months. And then the other 3 are just in the manuscript form yet. I haven't, my illustrator has not yet started that process or any of the publishing with it. I've done the self-publishing route throughout all of this. When I was working with publishers, I found that they wanted to be able to make changes, and I just wasn't comfortable with that. It was too personal of a story. And so I ultimately decided if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it on my own. And I'm more about the integrity of the story versus kind of the wide distribution channels and marketing reach that I would get with them. And so I might revisit it once all of the stories are available, but for now it's been a self-publishing experience, and it's been hard, but it's been rewarding. So Saturday Mornings, here's a look at the front cover. It's a reflection of what my son and I do together nearly every Saturday morning, and that's we run errands. And the first thing we always do is we go to the library, and the last thing we always do is we pick up donuts. And so the story goes, it's Saturday, and that means a day to run errands. What's a parent to do when necessary, albeit boring, errands need to be run, and a not-so-thrilled young child gets to tag along? Make it an adventure. Buckwheat and his mom are on a pirate adventure to find the hidden treasure, but they have to make certain stops along the way to find clues and lead them in the right direction. Will they find the treasure? Read the story to find out. Anchors away. This book, it's 28 pages long. It's a full-color children's book. Target audience is the younger kiddos up to 1st or 2nd grade age, I would say. And it is available in several formats now, and including online and in some local stores from where we're from. We've donated copies to libraries around the area, as well as some like daycares and younger elementary school rooms. And it's done really well at story time. The kids seem to appreciate the book, and I can't take credit for the activities that follow. Again, my creativity is somewhat limited, so the facilitators, though, have done an awesome job of building activities around it, whether it's just getting kids to draw pictures of what they consider to be treasure, Or one of them did like a version of glitter art, but with sprinkles because of the donut theme. That was kind of cool too. But it's been well received in our area, or at least where we're from. This story in particular in the series is extra special to me because every single one of the illustrations, me and my 4-year-old son at the time drew the pictures. And so the intention behind this was to never be a children's book. It was just a way we spent time together. And I was going to turn it into a Christmas gift for him by like doing a Shutterfly book. So we had all the pictures, and then as it evolved into an actual printed children's book, that's what I gave to the illustrator. I worked with Jillian Dister. She's a friend of a friend of a friend. And she just did a phenomenal job at taking our sketches and bringing them to life. She did a really great job at capturing Buckwheat's imagination in the story. I'm working with her on the rest of the stories. It's been a really great experience with her. So I'm going to forward to the next slide, and as I'm talking here today, you're going to see some slides scrolling through here just to give you another behind the scenes look at the process of making the book. You'll see a collage of photos that shows what our route looks like on our Saturday mornings. You'll also see some before and after shots of our sketches compared to the final illustrations in the book. And then I also included some pictures from my social media that shows some of the latest adventures that we've been on. So, get that going. So like I said, Saturday mornings, it's a reflection of what we do pretty much every Saturday. When we run errands, we start with a visit to the library, and then we end with a stop at Casey's, because that's what every small town in Iowa has, and they have the best donuts. What we do in the middle can differ. Sometimes, it's a grocery run, sometimes it's the post office or other things, but we always start with the library, and we always end with the donuts, and that's because for a really long time, that was our only weekly outing when we were going through our transition phase in our home life. And so, kind of like what I mentioned, when everything was starting off, it was a really low baseline. We were in a low point. And in 2021, that's when everything kind of came to a head. And it just created this really tough transition time for us. And it was one of those days where we were having what we thought was a normal day, and then we ended up never going home again. And we moved into some temporary housing with clothes on our backs, and we were left to figure out the rest. Incredibly difficult circumstances for me as an adult, but I was also trying to figure this out with a 3-year-old with me. And it was hard. I was in survival mode for a really long time, and it just created a lot of disjointment. Didn't really feel connected with things that were going on in the world versus what was going on in my reality. Things like personal safety, being able to come and go as you wish, going to work, bringing Buckwheat to daycare, leaving your house unlocked, that was no longer a part of our normal. And so we had to make some pretty radical adjustments just to be able to prioritize safety. And the way we did that is we basically retreated. We isolated ourselves. We just didn't go anywhere anymore. And while that only should have, been a temporary situation, it did last well over a year. And so it was a long time doing that with a young child. And when your world gets very, very small and very, very dark that fast, it's quite an adjustment, especially for a 3-year-old. They no longer have a sense of normalcy or routine or stability. And so I was doing everything that I could to find that for him. And that's where I really leaned on my village. Eventually, when he did get to go to daycare again and school, like educators like yourselves are very important from a stability standpoint, and just letting kids be kids. That wasn't something my little guy got to experience for an extended period of time. And so when he got to do that again, it was very heartwarming, very comforting, very rewarding for me as a parent. The silver lining, though, of all of those difficult circumstances was the fact that Buckwheat and I did get to spend a lot of intentional time together. During 2021, I I retreated to working from home 100% of the time, and Buckwheat stayed home with me. He did not go to daycare, so I'm trying to maintain this full-time job where I am a boss, I am a decision maker, I'm a professional, and then I have Cocomelon and Blippi playing in the background. Or my favorite is I was in the middle of a board presentation for a quarter end, and I'm on video, and my demanding little guy just shows up wanting a snack. So it's just, it was a different dynamic. We had to figure it out, and we eventually learned ways to keep him busy in a productive way, I guess you could say. And that's when us drawing and coloring together really kind of took off, as well as scavenger hunts. And so what I would do to keep him stimulated throughout the day is I would draw him pictures and he would color them. It would sometimes be really simple pictures, like a tree, or other times it would be like my dad or his grandpa's pasture and all the cows in the pasture and the creek running through it. And that was just the start of it, and it was something we really enjoyed. He was really proud of being able to show, Nana and Grandpa, I colored your cows, and that was kind of cool. And then scavenger hunts. Me trying to make clues for a 3-year-old was a little interesting. I'm not, like I said, I'm not an educator. I do not have a background in teaching. And so that was a little bit of a process figuring out how to keep him engaged. But eventually they stuck. And, sometimes they only lasted, 5-10 minutes, but other times it would keep him busy for an hour or so. And getting to watch the wheels turn and eventually the light bulb go off was pretty cool to see. Parents we are creating learning opportunities for our kids, but I had never done it in that way before. And so it was a really neat experience, despite the fact that times were really hard and the world around us was rather dark. After probably 5 months of not going anywhere and certainly not going anywhere together, we did our first outing, and it was on a Saturday to the library. And it was my mom's suggestion that I wasn't totally sold on, but the saying is true of moms know best because she knew best. And it was exactly what we needed. Going to the library, it's not necessarily something you would call exciting, but it was a breath of fresh air. Buckwheat got to check out books. He got to pick out a movie. He got to pick out a puzzle. I got to do some small chat with the librarian, and we were hooked. It was just enough for us to realize, there's something to look forward to, despite the fact that things aren't great around us. We can still find a sense of adventure despite everything else. And so that is what that first visit to the library did for us. On the way out of town, we happened to drive past Casey's, and Buckwheat asked about a donut, and I said, sure. That's the perfect way to kind of end our first outing together. And he's a big fan of the cake donuts with chocolate frosting and sprinkles. The more sprinkles, the better. He is a creature of habit, and that remains true to this day. We are regulars at our local Casey's. We often get perks because of how often we're there. But we continued doing this for months, and it became something we looked forward to. And eventually the librarian got us set up with a reading challenge for Buckwheat where you read 1,000 books before kindergarten, and he did that, and it was super important and rewarding for me because it was the first time I felt like Buckwheat got to participate in something that other kids were participating in. During this time, he was stifled at home. We didn't get to go to play dates. We didn't get to go to the park. We didn't get to see friends or anything like that. And so the fact that he got to participate in this reading challenge with other kids and then get recognized for completing the challenge, it was super special. It's something that I consider to be a milestone, and I know I'm going to remember for a long time. After about a year, we finally moved into a new home. Buckwheat got to go back to daycare. New start. Things are still kind of dark, a little uneasy yet, but ultimately we're starting to see more opportunities. And we continued with our weekly routine. It was an in-town adventure now, which means it was on foot. And 4-year-olds don't really like walking anywhere. They either sit or they run. At least that's been my experience with my little guy. And so we had to come up with ways to make it interesting for him. And it started off with, what cool rocks can we see on our walk, bud? Or, ooh, here's a feather. Do we know what bird this comes from? Or can we find the smallest pine cone? Or how about the best walking stick? Because we're walking up hills and mountains to this library, and we need a walking stick. That's kind of how it eventually it started, and then evolved into his imagination. And his imagination really came into the picture when he turned about 4. We were superheroes most days. We were sometimes pirates, firefighters, doctors, all of that. And there is one Saturday in particular where he was adamant that he was a pirate. He said "arr" all day. And we went everywhere with his pirate hat and his eye patch on. And that's the one that is reflected in the story. It was it was interesting because I also had to wear a pirate hat. I did not wear an eye patch, but walking around town that way, I'm small town, people looked. But it was worth it. Buckwheat had a really great time. With Buckwheat finally in daycare again, we weren't getting to spend all that time together during the day, but we still held on to the drawing and coloring together. That is something we still do even now when he's 6. He would come home and he would draw pictures of what he did during the day. I would draw pictures of what I did during the day. And then eventually we drew pictures of what we did together, and our route on Saturday became that. It's one of those things, like I said, it was never meant to turn into a kid's book. It was always just meant to be something that we kind of kept as a memento, if you will, from doing this together. But it's cool to kind of see it come into the world like this. The thing that I like about the story, it is super personal to me. It means a lot to me. I think about 2021 completely differently because of this story. It was a really dark time, but I don't remember it as a dark time anymore. I remember it as this. But I think it's relatable to other people in any form of caregiving, because it's less about having to make things memorable and entertaining kids, and more about shifting your perspective a little bit and appreciating what's happening in the everyday. Sometimes when Buckwheat and I have gone on vacation recently, and sometimes when I ask him about his favorite thing about vacation, it's never about, doing whatever excursion we got to do. It was the fact that he saw a lizard on the sidewalk, or it was the fact that he got to pick up a seashell. Not less about the big thing that we were planning our day around, more about the little things. And that always rings true to me. And I think that's something that hopefully other people can connect on as well. When people say, you ask people, what are your weekend plans? What are your summer plans? And, a lot of times people have these really cool, exciting summer plans. Buckwheat and I don't. We're pretty low key, but we're really good at finding the adventure in it. That is one thing that I learned throughout that entire experience, is that routine and normal are not always there, and you need to appreciate it and make the most of it. I will never take for granted again how just being at home and feeling safe is a good thing. Once it's taken away, you don't forget that feeling. And so that's what's captured throughout the entire series, not just Saturday mornings. Again, I hope it resonates with people. So far in the people or the community that we've shared it with, it has been well received. In our social media pictures, we have done some more exciting adventures. We've gotten to taking a couple trips, but by far the stories throughout the series is all about the small moments. So, just giving you a sneak peek here. So, Fishing Tales is the second book of the series. Again, I'm hoping that it will be published here in the next couple of months. The synopsis is on the screen here. With a beautiful summer day ahead, Buckwheat and his mom are spending their morning at the local fishing pond. He's determined to catch the biggest fish in the pond, but will he? Regardless of the size of catch, the time at the pond is special. After all, fishing is always fun. Catching a fish is just a bonus. This story is a reflection of Buckwheat and I learning a new activity together, which was fishing. And we had a lot of beginner's luck when we started, and ever since then, we've been chasing our big catch. So we've had to learn patience and just kind of shift your expectations a little bit. It's more about the time you get to spend doing it versus just the end result, and that's kind of the theme throughout this story. That actually gets us through the actual content that I prepared. So I'll pause for questions if you guys have any about the book. And if not, that's okay too. Okay. So you guys can see that you can flip through the books if you wish. I have a couple set up across the room here. It is available if you guys wish to purchase a copy. I'll be sticking around for a while here. There's order forms on the table if you wish to do it that way as well. If you are interested in what other adventures we're up to, you can follow us on social media. I'm on Facebook under Georgia Minns and Instagram as Adventures with Buckwheat. But really appreciate you guys listening to me today and hearing more about my story, and hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. I love the discussion yesterday when you were talking about what you're doing with reading in your schools and that. This afternoon, I'm going to try to bring it back to the simple things that make a big difference. Now, I'm going to start off with a personal story. In our household, we had 4 children, and so we were busy with the 3 older ones, and our youngest one, he had the opportunity to go along to everything. And all of a sudden, when he was in school, I think it was probably maybe 2nd grade, the teachers told Sharon, she said, you know, he's a little behind. We're thinking of maybe doing Title I reading, to have him evaluated. Well, my wife was just devastated because none of our other kids had any issues in that, and kind of looked internally and thought, we haven't done all the things with Michael we did with the other kids. Because we've been so busy, we haven't taken the time to read to him and listen to him read and that. So she challenged the teacher. She says, give us 2 months. And if in 2 months he still needs help, then, we'll definitely consider doing that. Well, we started reading to him every night. I use that term we loosely because my wife was the one that did it most of the time. And I know we need to get dads more active. But my wife would read to him every night and have Michael read to him. Within 2 months, he was at grade level. And then when he was in junior high, he broke his collarbone during the summer. While we're all out boating and that, he couldn't even ride in the boat. He read the entire series of, gosh dang it, has nothing to do with my age, by the way. The movies that Harry Potter. He read every Harry Potter book as a junior high student. That's how he progressed. And it all started with some attention, reading to and listening to him read. Now I'm going to fast forward. It's been about, this year I think we've celebrated the 2nd year. My daughter was married out in Denver, Colorado. We were out there for our granddaughter's 3rd birthday party. Our son-in-law had his 2nd COVID shot on Friday. We had the birthday party on Saturday. Sunday evening, right after, at our house it's still supper, he said he wasn't feeling well, so he said he's going to go up and lay down for a few minutes and then help put the girls to bed. And all of a sudden our daughter went up to check on the laundry. She hollers down, "Call 911." And our son happened to be there. They went up, they got him off the bed, put him on the floor, started doing CPR. To make a long story short, he passed away. The squad came and they couldn't revive him. Basically, don't want to make this a political thing. It was the second COVID shot so our daughter now is a single parent with a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. And so we spent a lot of time out in Denver, but we realized our 5-year-old, then 6-year-old, and then 7-year-old was really struggling educationally. And my daughter was in better shape than a lot of other single parents we work with out there. I mean, financially she was okay, she had a good job, but she still had 2 little girls and trying to get her life back together. So we're really worried with Amelia, and we would try to read to her, and her attention span was so short. And then we would try to help her with her homework. No, she didn't want to do any of that. So finally one weekend we were out there, my wife took her to the library, and they started spending time in the library, finding a topic that she liked, and so now my wife reads regularly, FaceTiming. And my wife reads to them, and I read to them, and they read back. Now, both of them, I think, 2nd grade and kindergarten now. And they love reading books to us, but they love us reading books to them. And now she's caught back up with the class. So we talk about all these really, this program and this program. And again, sometimes it's the simple things that we forget about. Reading to kids and listening to them read and help inspire them. We'll never take that down. Be inspired. You have to be inspired. I remember talking to a principal friend of mine. I says, "What do you do now with all the stuff going on? How do you help inspire kids to read? And and what do you do with the kid that comes to school and they're going through a divorce and that? How do you help them?" I'm going to quote this person. He said, "We don't have time for that shit anymore." And yet that's the stuff you got to take care of, because if you don't take care of that stuff, no matter what program you use, you're not going to be effective. So that's the lead in to Jackie McTaggart. Now, if you've come to any of my conferences over the last 20 years, Jackie was a mainstay. Jackie was just a hoot, and nobody loved reading more than Jackie. And she was retired when she first started coming and being a part of the conferences, and she's still going strong. Now, health is such that she couldn't come this far, but going strong. Her and her husband would follow me all over the place, and her husband would want to go fishing all the time up here, but she was afraid he'd fall off the dock. So she, but we had a lot of fun. While Jackie, she's passionate about read-alouds, and so Patty's going to help me out, but Jackie's going to communicate with us via a thumb drive. And so I know she's going to have a powerful message for us.
Welcome, and I'm so glad to be speaking with you again. I met many of you over the years at different places throughout the state, and I always learn more from you than I think you did from me. About 5 years ago, I had to give up this gig when I started a little cancer journey. But I'm doing well, and so was thrilled to be asked to end up this 20-year stint of Bob's conferences. I've chosen today to talk to you about the importance of reading aloud to your students every single day, not just in the primary grades or in the middle grades, but all the way through, definitely through 8th grade, and even in high school occasionally. So before I get into the real meat, I'm going to ask you to do something. I want you to think back to when you were a child of someone who read to you about every day. Maybe it was your mother, maybe it was a classroom teacher, a babysitter, an older sibling, or whatever. Get in your mind one person that you remember reading to you. Think about how it made you feel, and any feelings that come to mind as you look back on that particular part of your life. And we'll talk more about that a little later. But first, I want to start and show you one of my favorite authors, and I'm sure she's one of yours as well, Kate DiMicolo, and she talks about the importance of reading aloud.
Hi everyone, my name is Kate DiMicolo and I am the National Ambassador for Young People's Literature. I've written books like Because of Winn-Dixie, The Tale of Despero, The Miraculous Journey of Edward Tulane, and also Flora and Ulysses, The Illuminated Adventures. I am here to talk to you about the power of reading aloud in the classroom. When I was in second grade, my teacher was Mrs. Boyette, and she read aloud to us after lunch every day from Island of Blue Dolphins, and I will never ever forget that experience. I was a kid who came from a house filled with books. I had a mother who read to me. I had a mother who bought me books. And still, what I lived for in second grade was Island of the Blue Dolphins with Mrs. Boyette reading it aloud. It's a really powerful thing when everybody takes time to listen to a story and puts everything else down. I was talking at the National Book Festival last summer, and a teacher stood up and said that she had read one of my books aloud in the classroom, and I thanked her for doing that. And the whole audience applauded her. Everybody knows how much it matters, and so I'm just reminding you that it can change a child's life. It can turn a child into a writer, and it can certainly turn a child into a reader. Read out loud.
Okay, here I am. Okay. Now, I have to admit, there's another reason why I chose this topic to visit with you about today. When I left the classroom, I did subbing when I was in town. And one of the places I went quite frequently was in my hometown of Independence, to the Early Childhood Center. And this was in the 4 and 5-year-old room for children who needed that extra boost, that for whatever reason they were behind the norm. So the first day that I went to that room as a sub, I was looking over the lesson plans that had been left to me by the regular teacher, and I said to the associate, "Oh, I think the teacher forgot to put in the read aloud time." And the associate said, "Well, what do you mean?" And I said, "Well, you know, the time when the teacher takes a picture book and reads to the kids." And she said, "Oh, we don't have time to do that." Folks, I just about did a somersault. If I'd have been younger and could have done one, I probably would have. But in my sweetest voice, I said, "Well, today we're going to have time for that." And any time that I'm here, we will have time for that. I would hope that that isn't the run of the mill, and I know it isn't for most of you. Most of you realize how very, very important reading aloud is. But for those few of you who may skip it too often, try not to, because it is the most important thing you can do to make a reader. Listen to this, and you don't have to take my word for it. The importance of reading aloud to children was demonstrated in a 2-year study completed recently by the U.S. Department of Education. And this is the part I want you just to breathe it in and believe every second of it. Results of the study indicated that the single most important activity for building the knowledge required for eventual success in reading is reading aloud to children. Notice, folks, it isn't reading silently. It isn't reading a couple of pages for the teacher to see how well or the student is doing. And it sure as heck isn't worksheets. It is the single most important thing, again, says, for building the knowledge required for eventual success in reading. Okay, so why is it so important? Well, one of the reasons is because it's the favorite part of a kid's day. Well, next to recess and lunch. You know, when you ask a kid what's best about school, now that's what they're going to say first. But if you limit it to the classroom, they're going to say, when the teacher reads aloud to me. How do I know this? Well, I've been a reading buddy in my hometown for several years. And invariably, when I say to the kids, what's the best part of your school day? Not counting recess, not counting lunch. And I shouldn't say 9 times out of 10. Some of the boys will say math is their favorite part. But certainly way more than half will say when the teacher reads aloud. But of course, that isn't the only reason that it's good, just because it's kids' favorite. Let's look at the other things. One certainly is visualization. When kids listen to you read aloud, or any adult for that matter, they get a mental imagery that helps them understand and remember and take away meaning from the text that they do not get by reading themselves. Another biggie is the listening skills. The regular practice of active listening requires patience and attention, and 2 skills that are definitely necessary, as you well know, for making strong, independent readers. And then we come again to the enjoyment. It's important for students to see that reading can be fun and exciting. The last thing we want for our students to think of is reading as a chore. And folks, when they're reading silently, again, as all of you know, many struggle with this. And when they're struggling, they aren't having fun. They're not enjoying it. They're working so hard to try and figure out what is that word. And because their attention is on calling the word, they aren't thinking about what the story is. They can't. They don't have the ability to do both of those things. They're just struggling to figure out the word. When you read to them, they don't have to struggle. They can just sit back and take it all in and enjoy every single minute of it. Another benefit is the classroom community. When reading aloud provides students with a shared context from which you can have a class discussion and an exchange of ideas. What do you think they meant by that? And well, how would you have felt? And everybody can get in on the action because they didn't have to read it to themselves and they didn't have to struggle to understand. They just listened and they can form their opinion. So it takes away a lot of that top kid in the class versus the bottom kid in the class. Everybody's on the same level because they all heard the same words coming from your mouth. Modeling fluency, expression, and tone will provide your students with a framework for improving their reading skills. Listen to the nuances in expression and inflection will demonstrate to students that there's more to reading than just the printed words on the page. And I always found, and I'm sure you have too, the more expression you put into your reading, the more expression your students will put into their reading when they read aloud, because they want to sound just like Mrs. Jones or Miss Smith or Mr. Brown. So when you read, get yourself into it. You know, you don't want to just blah, 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 and I know none of you do that. Well, hardly any of you do that. If you do, you're just being funny for that day. Vocabulary. There is no question that the kids who are read to regularly will have a much better vocabulary than those who are not. Of course, the same thing is true of a reader. Avid readers have bigger vocabularies. There's no argument about that. Comprehension. When listening to a text being read aloud, students can focus on the meaning of the text without the added stress of grappling with what the words say. Now, this next one is probably, I'm sure, isn't news to any of you, but I'll just throw it out there anyway, about what are some recommended books for each grade level. Well, this is the easiest thing in the world to find. Simply go online, put in read aloud texts for 5th grade, read alouds for kindergarten, and so forth. And now might be a good time to tell you, here's something I did that I'm wrong. I wish I could do it all over again and do it better. And by that I mean I had certain read-alouds that the kids absolutely loved. So year after year after year, I would read those same read-alouds each year. Well, that's fine, except you miss the new ones that come out. And there are so many, many wonderful read-alouds. So I urge you, don't throw away all of them, certainly, that you just think you can't do without, but always strive to get in at least a few new read-alouds each day. Then we come to this question, at what level can I stop or should I stop reading aloud? And this is where I'm sure many of you are going to disagree with me. And that's okay, because I've got big shoulders and I'm a long way away from you right now. I'm in Independence. But please continue reading aloud to your students every day, at least through 8th grade. And I know the arguments against it. Well, we don't have time for that. In middle school, we've got this and that, and I understand that. And I know that we keep putting more and more and more things on teachers' plate and we don't take things away. But you know what's best for kids, and they just never tire of it. Of course, you're going to read, obviously, different types of books than you do with the smaller children, but you can get them in the palm of your hand if you get a book that really speaks to their level. So please, even if you've got those 7th and 8th grade kids who know it all, go ahead and start out with a power book on your first one. Read a few pages at the end of the day. You know, when they're watching the clock so they can see when, then they can get out of there and go to this practice or that practice or whatever. Go ahead, let that be your wind down time and pull out that book, and you will find you've got them in the palm of your hand. They aren't going to be watching that clock to see when they can go. They might be watching it to see, oh, she's going to stop and it's going to be right at the most exciting part. So do it. Please do it. And you high school teachers, it wouldn't hurt you to give a few minutes, maybe 10 at the very most, maybe every other day or maybe even just a couple days a week. If you choose a book that has nothing to do with the subject you're teaching. So you're teaching data analysis or whatever, you don't want a book about that. Just a book that's going to really get them involved and let them see that reading can be, oh, so fun and so exciting. And finally, a question that I don't think I ever thought about too much, but I've been asked different times. Should you read just picture books to the little kids and just text with no pictures to the big kids? And the answer to that is no. I believe, and people that know a lot more about it than I do, maintain that you should read both kinds, even the picture books for the older kids. And there are many of them that are written for older kids. And because there's so much that you can gain from those pictures talking with the kids. You remember we mentioned how it was class discussion? Those pictures can really bring them out. So for the little ones, my first graders, what I liked to do and tried to do was each morning I would have one picture book. And I would try to do that just before lunch. Then at the end of the day, I would use a text-only book on their level, of course, and read a few pages of just text without pictures. I'm not saying that's the best plan, but it's the one I use that seemed to work for me. And I do know that it is good to use both kinds. Okay, I would like to close with someone that I hope you have had the pleasure of hearing over the years, because he, to me, knows more about reading than any person I've ever met. He has spoken all over the country and out of the country also. Stephen Lane. And I want to finish with one that he has written himself called Read to Me.
Hi, I'm Steve Lane, and I'm going to be reading the poem Read to Them from my new book, White's Literacy Lessons, Stories and Poems for Teachers. Read to them. before the time is gone and stillness fills the room again. Read to them. What if it were meant to be that you were the one, the only one who could unlock the doors and share the magic with? What if others have been daunted by scheduling demands, district objectives, or 100 other obstacles? Read to them. Be confident. Charlotte has been able to teach them about friendship, and Horton about self-worth. Be sure the skin horse has been able to deliver his message. Read to them. Let them meet Tigger, Homer Price, Aslan, and Corduroy. Take them to Oz, Prydain, and Chemethox. Show them a truffula tree. Read to them, laugh with them at Soup and Rob, and cry with them when the Queen of Terabithia is forever lost. Allow the Meeker family to turn loyalty, injustice, and war into something more than a vocabulary lesson. What if you are the one, the only one with the chance? What if this year is the critical year for even one child? Read to them before the time, before your chance is gone.
Thank you for listening. And it has been my pleasure over the years to meet with you. And God bless. Read to them.
Jackie is a hoot, and but I tell you what, I think the words she said are very profound. They're words that I think, when you're having your discussions back in your schools about what kind of a reading program, I think this needs to be part of it. And which turns out to be a great segue into our next speaker, because I've been blessed all these years, probably almost all 20 years, to work with Patty. Patty's a former teacher, administrator from Iowa, Northwest Iowa, and also a reading consultant, and now comes all the way from the state of Oregon to be here with us. And so I'm really pleased to have Patty back. And so next few hours, and she's going to be talking about the history of reading, which I think, really will take us from where we used to be to where some of the discussions are going now, and maybe how trends are getting us back to more traditional. So, Patty, welcome back to Northwest Iowa.
Thank you. It is great to be back. Now I have ringing in my ears, so if I get too loud, just tell me to calm down or whatever. My name is Patty Duncan. I'll tell you a little bit about myself, but I grew up in Hawarden, Iowa. I taught there for 25 years in the classroom, taught high school English, read aloud to my kids every day, and I'll tell you that story probably in a minute. Graduated from BV, was lucky enough to have my dream job right after I graduated, and although I applied for the math job, I was hired for the English job. Sorry, Jeff, Bob, and Brian, because they hired a coach for the math job. It is what it is. But 5 years after I started teaching, the principal came to me and said, Patty, do you remember when you interviewed for this job and you wanted to teach math? How would you like to teach math? And I said, I would love to teach math, but I do not want to give up English. And he said, great, you don't have to. Okay, wonderful. So I taught all the seniors English and all the freshmen Algebra 1. And at Christmas time, I went into his office and I said, it has dawned on me that the government teacher teaches all the seniors government. That's it. I teach all the seniors English and all the freshmen. What's up with that? Now you have to remember I started teaching a long time ago when women were not treated equally. And he said to me, yeah, I was wondering about having you as a math teacher when it took you this long to figure that out. Okay, great. Anyway, I did that for pretty much the rest of my career there and loved every single minute of it and did not have to monitor study hall ever. So there's a payoff, you know. And I never got any work done in a prep period anyway, because who needs those? I mean, really, you don't get work done. You can barely go to the bathroom during that time. So I left the classroom and went into consulting and did a lot of, I can't talk any louder, move closer. My husband is here and he is my biggest supporter and critic. So you don't have to worry about going to the bathroom because he will say, bathroom time. Anyway. What? I can't hear you, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, went into consulting and was very fortunate to be able to study with a lot of the great people at that time in education and make great relationships and have great friends. I studied with Marie Carbo, I studied with Rita Dunn. Learning styles is a passion that I have. I was Bob Sternberg in studying the brain of giftedness. Really had some great experiences, but then life happens and I decided I couldn't travel so much anymore and took a job in Sioux City as the director of education at a brain injured facility, Opportunities Unlimited. Met my husband, and he is not a teacher, so not in education. So I left Hawarden and moved to Omaha, Nebraska. And then I was the administrator at a couple of colleges, an administrator of a K-8 school that was connected to Omaha Public School. The purpose was to educate those children who had difficulties in the classroom. What it really meant was they were kind of behavior problems and they didn't want to deal with them, but they weren't bad enough to be designated, identified behavior problems, so they gave them to me. That was wonderful. I mean, it really was. I'm not being sarcastic on that. I really liked that job. And then I went to work for the State Department in Nebraska as the director of gifted ed. And what else did I do? I don't know. A lot of stuff in Nebraska. There's nothing else to do in Nebraska. Then we moved to Kansas, and I spent 4 very long years in Kansas helping my son run a restaurant. I was on my feet the day we moved and on my feet the day we left, and Brian took a job in Oregon at the State Department. He is a computer person. Do not confuse that with being able to hook up my computer or fix it at any time when it's bad. No, that's not what he does. He is the one responsible when we lived in Omaha, for your phone bill. So when your phone bill, yeah, I never have understood that because we got a phone bill every month. That's what he worked on. Do not understand it, but now he's in insurance, and so we're good to go. No, never mind, he's not in insurance. What do you do? I don't know what he does. Anyway.
I'm on a team that supports the state of Oregon and all the processing.
Yeah, see? Who cares? Anyway, he gets paid. That's what I care about. I have 4 master's degrees and almost a PhD. I was on my dissertation, ready to finish that lifelong goal, and it was in curriculum and instruction, and realized that who needs any more curriculum and instruction junk? I mean, who really? I wasn't going to make any difference. So I have changed that because I think I have an addiction to school. I think I do. And I am getting my PhD in reading because reading is that important to me. My real job, besides doing, I teach at a university online, but my real job is Director of Education at VOOCS. And VOOCS is, if you don't have a subscription to it, it's free to you. If you have any trouble getting a free subscription, email me, I will get you one. VOOCS is an animated storybook read aloud. We now have the ability, because I whined about it long enough, and business people are no different than principals or husbands. If you whine long enough, you get what you want. Anyway, so I whined long enough that now we have Storyteller, because when I had my first grandson, I looked all over for something like Bob was talking about that I could record a storybook on and share it with my grandson. There was nothing. I mean, I found a Mother Goose that you could do something with, but there was nothing. Well, now on VOOCS we have Storyteller, where you can record a storybook that we have. Your child can record a storybook. So we'll use it in the classroom for fluency. I mean, there are all kinds of uses for it. But anyway, if we have time, because that's not what I'm talking about today, but if we have time, I will show you one, because they are phenomenal. But it's VOOCS with a V, books, video books, VOOCS with a V.com. And again, if you have trouble signing up for free, just email me and I'll get you a code. Besides going to school and being involved with kids, trying to make a difference in education, I am blessed to be the mother of a truly blended family of 7 children. Brian brought two to the marriage when they were older, and so they never lived with us. I brought 3. Beth never lived with us. She was in college, but the 2 boys lived with us. And then we adopted 2 children, both of which still live at home. One is kind of in college. He is by far my brightest, and everything I told people. So if you ever took any of my gifted classes, I am really sorry for everything I told you. Not true. Truly gifted kids are unbelievably hard to manage and difficult, and probably will never graduate college after that is being sarcastic. He will. But it's God's joke on me. Anyway, and then we have our youngest daughter just turned 20. So we have a 49-year-old almost and a 20-year-old just. Yep. So, and then we have grandchildren. Again, blended grandchildren, but grandchildren nonetheless, and 1 great-grandchild and another one on the way. So that's my life, and I love every minute of it. And if you get an opportunity to meet my husband, Brian, although he is also from Iowa, try to convince him that this is where we need to come back to, and the winters aren't as bad as he remembers them to be. Oregon is beautiful. I love it, but my kids are here. The other 2 will follow. My kids are here. Okay, let's get to what I really came to talk to you about. When Bob asked me to present this year, my favorite thing to present is learning styles. My second favorite thing is reading. And he said, Patty, let's talk about where we've been, where we're going. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about the history of reading. And some of it is kind of boring, I'll tell you, but I'll try to make it fun for you and go quickly, because Bob wants some time at the end, and Joe is going to make a cameo appearance. No, he's going to make a real appearance. But anyway, so while I'm getting my presentation back up here, talk at your table about all of the different ways that you have taught reading. What have you done? All of the different strategies that you've used. Okay, let's get started. So the first thing that I'd like to talk about, we'll get back to the strategies. I won't forget those, okay? Just a history of reading and writing. And Some of it you know, some of it, because I think we all learned it somewhere in school. We all had to take classes that talked about this. So throughout history, reading and writing has always been a part of our lives. But it has changed in importance throughout, or changed in priorities throughout history. However, as things evolved, so too did the methods that we use to teach reading and writing. So from the beginning that we know to 1899, that's when the alphabet was created. Started out with with symbols, moved to letters. And although the importance of communication never changed, the way we communicated did. I thought this was very interesting because I did a lot of work for Scholastic, and I didn't know that it had historical background in literacy. But there was a time period from the 11th to 15th century that was actually called Scholasticism. And that's when literature, reading and writing, was seen as an intellectual discipline. Basically what that meant is the only people that were educated to read and write were those students and teachers of religion. Then the printing press was invented in the 1450s, and that made books more affordable, so more people had access to books, more people wanted to read, more people could have access to the reading materials. So probably without the invention of the printing press, reading and writing wouldn't have spread the way that it has. That brings us to the 1900s to 1935. The first way that reading was taught was the whole word method. It was look and say. And I have to say, I am old enough that I went through the Dick and Jane series. That's what I had in first grade, not in kindergarten, nor is it how I learned to read. And I want you to think about that. Jackie had you think about the person who read to you. I want you to think about how did you learn to read, not how were you taught to read. How did you learn to read? I'll share my story, then I want you to talk at your table, and then I'd like you to share out. I learned to read because my grandma was the county superintendent. We lived on the family farm, so we had hundreds of books. I always loved books. I pretended I could read since, I don't know, tiny. My grandpa would read to me, my great-grandma would read to me, my mom and dad would read to me. And they would always read to me with their fingers under the words. That's how they read. So I always knew which word they were on. They didn't go like this. They didn't sweep. They did word for word. So I thought that's how it was done. Not that that's necessarily the right way. It's certainly not the only way, but that's how I did it, how I was exposed to it. So by the time I got to kindergarten, country school, one room, country school, 14 kids, 2 in kindergarten, all the way through 8th grade, I could read. So I was in the 2nd grade reading group, which really didn't mean anything when I was in kindergarten because there were 14 kids there. No, I mean, it was grouping all the time. In math, same thing, my dad was really good in math, and so I could add, subtract, multiply, probably not divide. That came a little harder for me. But I knew how to do all of that. So I didn't think it was strange that I was with a different group of children for all these areas. Now, PE and music, generally by myself, because no one wanted me on their team or to sit beside them when they sang. But math and English, different stories. And then for coloring, which I love to color, still love to color, I got to sit with the older girls. And I learned how you don't have to color straight. You can color in circles and make it so pretty. Okay, that's what I remember. I loved school, by the way. Anyway, the way that teachers were trained during that first time was the whole word method. So the teacher was in charge. The teacher knew everything. Oh, I long for those days back again. So the teacher would pronounce the word, the students would say the word in rote, you know, that whole thing, the flashcards. Okay. That approach did not seem to be as kid-friendly, and it was kind of boring even for the teachers, but that's the way we did it. Okay, then came the reading assessment, because teachers can't be trusted, and so we have to test that they're doing something in the classroom. We can't be paying them just to have fun. And so about 1914, William Gray made the first oral reading evaluation. So we have been testing kids, evaluating teachers through the testing of kids since 1914. Since 1914, teachers were using that assessment to differentiate small groups. Okay, so when I read this, this is a new presentation for me. I've not done this before. So I did this research fairly recently. When I read this and it said that that's when teachers started to differentiate, although I was not born in 1935, let's get that clear. But I realized that my teacher in country school, that's how she differentiated. We didn't call it that, but that's what she did, because she did have me read aloud. She had all of us read aloud, and she did group us. And that's how she taught us. 14 of us, but all different ages. Additionally, that's how teachers helped kids choose the books they read. Fast forward a year, country school closed. I went to first grade in the big town school. It was kind of traumatic for me, I will admit. And my first grade teacher was a very good teacher, because I taught with her after I graduated. I mean, she was first grade, I wasn't, but she was very good. But she was so different than my kindergarten teacher. My kindergarten teacher was loving and kind and playful, and my first grade teacher was very strict. You sat in the row, and if your chair wasn't on the corner of the row, you got in trouble. And if you laughed or if you talked out of turn, big trouble. I mean, and if your homework wasn't done exactly right, you know, it was very traumatic for me. My second grade teacher was a combination of the two, and had one of the biggest influences in my life. My first grade teacher, I just struggled to survive, because if I had to stay after school for my chair not being in the corner, and if you know anything about me, well, I have managed to have stuff all over this room already in less than an hour. So you can imagine I couldn't keep my chair in the corner of the square that it was supposed to be in. So and if I had to stay after school, my mom had to come and get me because I rode the bus. We lived in the country. I was in double big trouble. So first grade was kind of traumatic for me. But second grade, my teacher right away was able to choose books for me based on my reading aloud. So she let me read all of the books, and we had tiny libraries. I couldn't go to the public library because I lived in the country, and that's just how it was. We didn't spend a lot of time in town. So she let me read I got to go to all the rooms in the school and pick out the books to read. So by Christmas time, I had read all the books. So she read aloud every single day. So she said to me, Patty, you can read aloud to the class 1 day a week. I was thrilled. I took the book, I started to read it, and I started to stumble. Not my feet, but my words. Because I was concentrating so much on decoding the words that I wasn't really reading. Instinctively, she said, Patty, walk around the room when you read. So I did that. Again, second grade. So I have always thought that was normal. It wasn't until I became a teacher that I realized, no, that's not really all that normal. But for some kids, they need that mobility. I need mobility. So in my classroom, high school classroom, I had 2 stationary bicycles in my room, and kids could be on the bicycle when they had to read. There is a lot to be said about giving teachers the authority to teach the way they know kids learn. Okay, so then we went to the readiness movement. And we're still in the 1930s here. The readiness movement was to establish what age kids should go to school. This was a huge deal. My birthday's in October, and that's how I know it was a huge deal, because my mom didn't send me to school, and the teachers all the way through said, you should have sent her a year before. Well, my mom didn't want to send me a year before. She wanted to keep me home a year. They would say, she's ready. Then, so there was this whole thing. And then there was this whole thing also with boys that kind of still continues, because they don't develop quite as quickly as girls. So do you send boys when they have a birthday in between? Do you send them early? Do you send them late? That readiness movement has been around since the 1930s. It has always surprised me, with my boys particularly, holding a pencil and a color, and the teachers that were very adamant that they should hold it a certain way. And one of my boys never did master that. Okay, then with the readiness movement, the reading skills part came. And in the reading skills part, that's when scope and sequence started, was in the 1930s. That's when instructors' manuals started in the 1930s. That's when resources for reading started, was in the 1930s. That's when publishing companies started to dictate what we were teaching the kids, in the 1930s. That's when we went from Dick and Jane's series kind of concept to the Basil Reader kind of concept. Those transitions were being made. That's when teachers started to become overwhelmed. It's when the public started questioning what teachers were doing. And then we get to 1935 to 1970. Dick and Jane, I found this very interesting. 4 out of 5 schools used Dick and Jane. Oh, some of you are way too young. Dick and Jane, Puff and Spot, Sally, I mean, they were good books. The same concept is still used today in many ways. Limited vocabulary, repeated words and phrases, so kids became familiar. Remember, we're still kind of in the whole word scenario. Sight reading is a big word associated with that, so that children can recognize words on sight and don't have to sound them out, don't have to decode them. In 1964 through 1967, first graders were studied. Jeannie Call is the name that's associated with that study. She published the novel, Learning to Read, The Great Debate, and many of these methods, well, this is where we're coming to today, because today the reading wars are really, well, the government has stepped in and is stopping. We can't put an end to the other wars, but we can put an end to the education reading war. Anyway, so there was the Jeannie Call Great Debate was touted as one of the seminal works in the teaching of reading. She is credited with bringing the teaching of reading to the masses. So her work is credited as all kids should learn to read. That it's the school's responsibility to teach all kids to read. I think if we remember her for that, that's probably the best. Then in 1965, Lyndon Johnson enacted the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. And that consisted of 6 parts. It's now known as ESSA rather than ESEA, but it still has some of the same components. So that's where the Title I came in, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and so on. So Title I assured financial assistance to education agencies for lower income families. Title II was for teacher training, as it still is, and I guess that doesn't tell us what the rest of the titles were, but it's the same kind of law that is still in effect today with all of the title programs. That brings us to 1970 to 2000. In the 1970s, we looked at what is known as the schema theory. I'm going to try to go over here, see if that works. Yep. And this goes a little bit with Piaget's theory. And it became very influential in in education, particularly in reading, that we use texts from other perspectives, from other cultures, and ask, what is it that kids don't know? And then we teach from that perspective. So the philosophy then was that we couldn't have children comprehend until they understood all of the pieces. The questions that arose from that are, where does the meaning of the text come from? Does it come from the text itself? Does it come from the reader? So if I read something and you read something, does it have to mean the same thing to both of us? That was the discussion in the 1970s. So when I graduated from high school in 1971, so my senior English teacher, I think, was caught up into this because he would promote that there was one interpretation and one interpretation only of literature. When I got to college, my college professor said, oh, no, 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 no. There are lots of interpretations. So on my first day of teaching, and I went armed with 100 interpretations of Beowulf, and I walked in the classroom and I realized my kids couldn't even read Beowulf, so it really didn't matter how they interpreted it. In 1988, the California Reading Framework came to be. Did I skip one? No. In 1988, the California Reading Framework came to be, and basically what that said is that we need to have different kinds of texts at different levels. And this is where the leveled readers came from in 1988. So we had book clubs, literature circles, so that kids could read different leveled books at the same grade level and at their same age level. It allowed kids to become more engaged with literature and deviate from the basal reader. It's when Scholastic came out with all of their libraries to enhance a basal reader. And then in 1995, we went back to the whole language approach. Do you recognize that book? So whole language became what we were doing. I had kids going to school then, and I have one son that has terrible handwriting because of this. Because he is very particular about being correct. He is also a terrible speller. So to compensate from not knowing how to spell, you can't read his handwriting. And he learned that at a very early age. So, and the teacher and I would argue about that, but at the end of the day, he made it through. And made it through fairly well, actually. Okay, so, but during this time, the importance was not put on vocabulary, phonics, and the other skills. It was put on what do kids do with the knowledge of reading outside of the classroom? So how does this make an impact outside of the classroom? What is the real world meaning of this text for the kids? However, it was not universally adopted. So there are some states that didn't do whole language. There are some districts that didn't do whole language. It was a big controversy. Whole language or phonics. As the pendulum has swung, pretty much, as you can see, pretty much the entire time we've been teaching reading. Then in 2002, we had the No Child Left Behind Act. Pretty big deal. The government stepped in and wanted to make sure that schools were held accountable for what they were doing for student achievement, because everything was kind of a mess. We weren't competing nationally the way that they thought we should. The low-income students were not doing as well as the high-income students. There seemed to be no equity in our education. So they started testing kids, and again started evaluating teachers based on kids' test scores. Teachers started teaching to the test because of that. They lost from what they had been previously doing in whole language, their responsibility, their initiative, their leeway to teach what they wanted to teach, and had to go back to teaching what they were mandated to teach. The intent was that it should motivate teachers to look at how they were teaching reading, to perfect their reading instruction so that the progress of the students was equitable, fair, and met standards. Funding was also based on that. Okay, so during that time, during the mid-2000s, there was an increase in approaches to help kids succeed. So we went to individualized instruction, we went to differentiated instruction. All of those meant to increase the yearly progress of kids. We measured it. We did all sorts of things. And most of us were, well, no, many of us were teaching during that time. And so we had in-service work. Joe did a lot of work in the schools, bringing this kind of these kinds of programs to help teachers to the schools. Nevertheless, what it really did was teachers really started to think about and really have a background in the teaching of reading. Okay, then we had a change in the Association of Literacy Educators and Researchers, and that was just interesting, I guess, to me. But what I want to point out here is there really is a group of people, just like the MLA. I sat on the MLA board for a while. There is a group of people that really sits around a table and decides some of these things. So when I was on the MLA board, seriously, the controversy was, is there a comma before and, or is there not a comma before and? And I say this with respect a little. The main influence on that is textbook companies. Because if your textbook says there's a comma and MLA says there's not a comma, you need new textbooks. Just saying. Okay. Okay, I want to ask you now, I have asked you how you learned to read. I've asked you the strategies that you have used in the teaching of reading. I'd like you to discuss that as a group, and then I'd like you to come back and share that a little bit. And I'm going to show you a video about similar but different history of reading. Horace Mann, you notice he wasn't mentioned in this, and he's a big name in the history of reading. And then we'll talk a little bit about the reading wars, and then I'm going to talk to you about something you may not know that just happened in Iowa, May 24th. Does anyone know the law that was passed in Iowa on May 24th? Well, you'll know it when you leave.
Is that the one that the third graders can
That's-
be retained if they don't test well enough or something?
It's also the one that says third graders will have an IEP if they don't. They're not on grade level. Iowa's the only state that is not requiring, well, we'll get into that, but I find it extremely interesting the way Iowa's handling the science of reading stuff. So we'll talk about that. Okay, talk among your tables, and then we'll come back. I would like you to share the strategies that you used when you were teaching how to read, and I would also like you to talk about how you learned to read and how you were taught to read. How you learned to read, how you were taught to read, and how you taught reading. I would like to go around and hear what your discussion at the table was. How did you learn to read? How were you taught to read? And what strategies have you used in reading? And we're going to start because Lisa, I know I have met some of you, and I apologize for not remembering your names, but I remember Lisa's name, so we're going to start with her.
Like I said yesterday, my first grade teacher used Dick and Jane. I found out because I taught the district that she was only the first grade teacher who did that because she just retired in a few years and she didn't want to give up teaching Dick and Jane, so that's what I started with. But I think more your question, learned to read from my mother in her big comfy blue rocker that was soft, and all the feelings would go with it, and walking to the library and getting books and doing that, and watching Captain Kangaroo.
Oh, Captain Kangaroo.
Wait, she would read. My dad would go to work. I remember and she's told me, you had told me this, she's passed on now, but my dad would go to work, and then we'd have a time before Captain Kangaroo came on. But that was our reading time every single morning. I don't really remember being read to at bedtime, but I did read at bedtime with my own kids, but yeah.
I remember being read to all the time, but I don't remember being read to at bedtime either. Probably because I couldn't sit still long enough. I don't know. But I don't remember that either. Okay, thank you. Do you have anything you'd like to share?
Add on with her, Dick and Jane, I can't remember, I think it was first grade. That's how I was taught. But I knew that I was in the lower group because I was shy. So I could read it, but my teacher didn't think I could because I was too quiet.
That's the problem with oral reading. I am not a good oral reader, but I am a great reader. So when they test for fluency, not so much, but I'm a great reader.
And the funny thing is I love to read in church now. And I love to read with expression in it.
Off topic a little, but what was the last book that you read? For fun.
I just finished The Women.
What?
The Women.
The Women? I've heard that's really good.
It's fantastic.
That may be my next book.
I just finished It Ends With Us.
It Ends With Us. I loved that one too. Colleen Hoover.
I have It Starts With Us sitting on my nightstand now for the last month and a half, but I'll get to it eventually.
I like it starts with us, but it didn't really grab me the way it ends with us did. What else?
Watering elephants?
What?
Watering elephants?
Watering Elephants. I've not read that either, but I've heard that's really good. Watering Elephants. The reason I asked this question, do you know how sad it is that we spend all this time teaching reading, talking about reading, all of that, and even those of us who claim to love to read and dedicate our lives to the teaching of reading don't? So one of the things that we do at Books, we have a Slack channel, which is like, I don't know, instant messaging kind of diary share thing. We now have a channel called Read to Learn. While the rest of the people in the company are reading to learn, and I do a lot of reading to learn, but that used to be pretty much all I did was read to learn for a big chunk because of working on my degrees and everything. And now I have realized that that isn't what I love about reading. I mean, I love to learn. I love that. But I love to read. So I made a commitment that I have started to read stuff I may not learn anything from, just for fun, just fun stuff. And so I've read most of Colleen Hoover's books, heavy kind of stuff, but I didn't read it to learn anything. I read it to enjoy something. But for one of the first times ever, I just finished a book I didn't want to finish. Not because I hated it, but because I loved it so much that I didn't want it to be over. And so I shared that with my team at Books, and I said, this is why I want to bring reading to all the children, so that they can find that book that they love so much that they don't want to finish it because it is just so good. And it happened that I found this book because I do yoga in the mornings online with two of my friends. And they know I love to read and they know what I do. Well, one of them just finished this book and she was telling me about it, and I got so excited because Nathaniel Hawthorne is my favorite author. I did my whatever you call that in your master's degree on Nathaniel Hawthorne, and I absolutely love him, and it's about him. It's called The Invisible Hour. It's a very recent book, but it is such a good book. And I didn't want to finish it, but I did on the plane. And I was crying and laughing, and it's just a really good book. Anyway, I challenge you to read books for fun too, not just to learn. Okay, thank you for sharing. Would this table share, please?
Well, we found it, Jen and I were talking, neither one of us remember learning how to read. We could just read, but we both had parents that read to us a ton. So yeah, when I started first grade, we did Dick and Jane, but I could already read it, so I don't remember sounding words out or anything like that. So that was just kind of interesting that we both had the same experience.
Okay, thank you.
Sesame Street. I swear, Sesame Street
Oh.
is one of the ways that I've learned sounds, and
I watched that too.
I have to remember to say something when everyone's... Sesame Street's really good for that. Thank you. This table?
I just remember first grade learning vowels.
I don't remember being taught to read besides that one memory, and I would have to say Sesame Street too. I watched it all the time. All the time. So reading wasn't hard for me. It was easy. Math was hard for me.
I'm the
Thank you.
opposite, where I had to work at reading. It didn't come easy for me, but I had an aunt who was a teacher, so all of our gifts we got from her for birthdays, Christmas, whatever, were always books, and we got like 5 to 6 books at a time. So we always read, my parents always read those to us at bedtime. But I remember going through school and we had the Basils, and reading recovery. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that I learned with, I guess. But I don't remember, other than we had some pals, puppet pals or something, alphabet tales. I don't know what they were, but to learn the letter sounds. But
Interesting. Being read to, Sesame Street. What else was there? Electric Company.
Yes.
Okay.
Captain King.
Thank you.
Kind of an interesting segue to this.
Yes.
When I was a first grader, my teacher passed away in a car accident. And I don't remember, like my mom, obviously, my parents, everybody in the community remembers this, but I do not remember her, like, who took over. I mean, I know her name, like it was now Miss whoever, but I don't remember. Like, I don't remember anything I learned in first grade. And I know that happened, which is, you would think, traumatic, but it wasn't for me. So I don't know. And first grade's like a huge year for reading. I mean, I knew how to read because we talked about this, but isn't that crazy?
Interesting.
Like first grade and your teacher.
And you don't remember
I don't
her?
remember a thing. I remember the smell of my backpack and the birch tree I stood next to. But I don't remember anything, any details. Yeah.
It probably affected you a lot, so you just had to forget.
Maybe we blacked out because I do not remember that year at all. So maybe it was trauma, blackout, trauma brain.
Imagine losing your teacher.
I don't remember it being sad. You know what I mean? It sounds so bad. I know that,
No.
but I
No,
don't
no.
remember
No.
a thing.
I think it was very, very deep trauma.
I don't remember a thing.
That's probably a good thing you don't remember.
Crazy.
When you say that, it makes me think, and I think it was a former first grade teacher that I remember saying this to me. First grade seems like it's older. I mean, that's not a baby, but when you put it in perspective, you're only just 3 or 3.5 years from being potty trained. And I never thought about that until this, and it was a first grade teacher that said that. We have such high expectations. We think kids are so mature. They've only been potty trained for 3 or 4 years. Then that changes. Your thinking would not, it's just such a different expectation. Kids are young. I think we expect so much, from kids.
Oh,
but-
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Sit still, be quiet, listen to me.
So you were still a baby, honestly. When you think of it, it probably went right over your
And my mom
head.
has a newspaper clipping. You know what I mean? Like she remembers because my goodness, who was coming in next and who. I mean, it was like a big deal.
And maybe what connections did you have with it? Maybe the biggest one might have been you had a goldfish that died. If you've ever really talked with kids about death at that age, and you might be traumatized. We lost a couple colleagues 1 year, just a week apart in our elementary school. And the kid, as I was sharing with the class, they'd had her as a kindergarten teacher. Right away, things that they came up with was, oh, I had a goldfish that died last week. And that was, at first I was insulted almost to hear them say that, but that was their level of trauma. It was their goldfish,
sure.
It's
Well-
just that's such a weird thing.
So I think someone, if they pass in your family, like a sibling, or like we had a student that passed away, a first grade girl, and from just some traumatic accident. But everybody keeps that alive. So through the years now, her family has kept her so alive. And in our elementary school, we did a dedication, memorial.
Yeah.
But I think with that situation, that didn't follow me forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I didn't, and then we moved from Minnesota to Iowa. So I don't think there was ever let's talk about it, or,
Yeah.
oh, you remember that? Nothing. I have no recollection of it at all.
I also think it has a lot to do with what you were talking about, background knowledge. Because Edgar Allan Poe said that you should never read anything that has to be read in longer than 30 minutes. Because if you have to come back to it, you're a different person than you were when you started it. So you're going to have different experiences, and you're going to think about it differently. Background knowledge is so important to all of our comprehension, because we comprehend based on what we have experienced in our lives. Which is why I have a thing about assessment, because I'll just use this example. If we're going to use a passage about a museum and ask a child to comprehend and answer questions about the museum, and they have never been to a museum, it doesn't mean they can't read the words. It means they don't even know what a museum is. And I think what you're talking about is very similar to that. If the biggest trauma in my life has been the death of my goldfish, that's what I'm going to relate it to. On the other hand, if the biggest death in my life has been my mother, I might relate it to that and have a total breakdown if the goldfish dies in our classroom. You know, so again, I'll take a teacher who knows what they're doing long over a textbook that's full of whatever. Thank you for sharing that. Would this
I
table
was
share?
just going to share something else. When you were talking about you lived in the country and didn't go to the library, I grew up, I lived on a farm too and took the school bus to school, but our town was only 2,500 people, so it was a small town. Once a week, the country kids got to walk downtown to the library by ourselves. No adult was with us. They just trusted us that we would go, gave us so much time. I mean, the librarian obviously knew we were coming. We could check out books, you know, all that. And then I assume the librarian told us when it was time to walk back. And we would just walk back to school and go into the classroom. And I thought, there is no way that any school would allow that nowadays, you know. But it was such a great way for country kids to be able to go to the public library.
Yep.
Anyway, when you said that, I just thought, oh yeah, we did that, you know. But
It is.
couldn't do it today.
Nope.
She said we don't even let the kids walk to the library in our building by themselves.
Exactly. Yeah.
about that. That's true.
You do. You walk
You wait for me.
Yeah.
They can't even go to the bathroom without being locked out of our classroom in our
Oh,
school.
let me tell you, this one of the biggest fights I
Yeah,
ever
we're in
had
pods.
with teachers at as a teacher is one day in the staff room, one of the male teachers came in and said, "Patty, so-and-so was at the drinking fountain today during your class." Yeah. Probably. He went to the bathroom. Well, he got a drink too. I don't know why you let those kids go to the bathroom. Well, and so very nicely I said, they're 18 years old. In less than a month, they're going to graduate from high school and be on their own. I pay some of those kids to watch the precious things in my life, my children. Yeah, you know what? They don't even have to ask me. They just go to the bathroom and come back. I never had a kid that went to the bathroom and didn't come back to my class. And I made sure they missed something when they went to the bathroom. So they only went to the bathroom when they really had to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry, yeah, that's the rule in my classroom. I think that's just, oh man, he just laid into me. Okay, well, that's my rule, I don't know what to say. Yeah, the drinking fountain was between the girls' and the boys' bathroom. Yep, he probably got a drink. If he'd have asked me, I'd have let him bring the drink in with him. So, good thing he didn't ask. That and smoking in the staff room, those were the two big fights that I had. And then, this is how times have changed. And then in the English department, the big fight we had K-12, where does the name go on the paper? Does it go in the right-hand corner or the left-hand corner? Because we needed to be consistent, K-12. And as a senior English teacher, I said, I just pray they put their name on their paper. Oh. Okay. Thank you for sharing. We'll get back to it. Now, if I didn't totally mess this up, we will play the Horace Mann. Okay. So the science of reading is based on research. Because now we have research that can actually take pictures of the brain, can follow the brain as children are reading. Sorry. And we know how they best learn to read. I'm involved right now with a study with Carnegie Mellon that we are doing some of that same thing, looking at children's brains when they are using animated stories such as CoComelon and Bluey and what's that lady's name that does a lot of them, and then VOOCs, because it is the theory of the researcher that different parts of the brain are going to be used, and the part of the brain that learns to read will be used when using VOOCs, and the part of the brain that's used to play will be used when those other competitors are being used. So it's really, research has changed things so much, because now it's not just the opinion of Horace Mann, it's not just the opinion of Ken Goodman. It is based on what we can actually see in the brain. So I found this article, and we talked about California before. This article talks about how a mom was told that her child couldn't read. And she thought, how can this possibly be? What I took from this article is, and what I gathered from a lot of how we learned to read and how we were taught to read, is that many of us, because we don't remember learning how to read, believe that it is a natural thing. Because we don't remember learning to be taught to talk. We just talked. So throughout history, lots of people have believed that learning to read came naturally. That if you just which is the premise that they have been talking about behind Whole Word. That if you just treat kids like readers and you treat kids like writers, that's what they will become. So if we expose them to those things, it'll happen for them. The science of reading tells us, no, reading is not like talking. Just if you talk to a kid, they will learn to talk, unless there's something else going on. But that isn't how reading happens. Okay, what does that mean? Because I am a firm believer, as Jackie is, in the read aloud. It means that they have to look at the book when you're reading aloud to them. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. Because just because you're reading to them, they're not going to put together that those words are what you're reading to them. Does that make sense? So reading has to be taught explicitly. You can be sad. You can wish that weren't true. But it is. We have the scientific research to prove it. I used to teach a class in discipline called The Cleavers Don't Live Here Anymore. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you. And that's kind of what this is about. The Cleavers don't live here anymore. Do I wish things were different? Do I wish we learned to read naturally? Do I wish just exposing kids to books would help them read, would make them read, that they could read? Absolutely I do. But it's not going to happen. So The Cleavers don't live here anymore. It's not 1950 anymore. We have to move on. So the science of reading is the way it's going to be. I don't object to the science of reading at all. What I object to, and even though my political persuasion is probably different, because it was different than anyone that lived in Iowa when I lived here before, I don't like people telling me what I have to do. Okay. Because I believe teachers should have the education to know. All right, so let me further give you some information about, oh crap, I have to find this. It'll take just a second, maybe. This is a slide that I use in my Science of Reading presentation about the ladder of reading. If you have ever taken my learning styles class where I talked about right brain, left brain, this fits right into what you know to be my philosophy. The research says that 10 to 15% of children are going to have difficulty reading because of dyslexia, those kinds of things. That's just the way it is in our society. 40 to 50% of our children learn to read proficiently. Learning to read proficiently requires code-based, explicit, systemic, and sequential instruction. So for those two tiers on the ladder, we need to have a structured literacy approach. And that's what the science of reading is. However, 35% of our children learn to read easily. They could learn to read whole word. They could learn to read phonics. They could probably learn to read however. And 5% learning to read is effortless. They maybe were born reading. I don't know. Here is the problem. If you don't teach phonics, the bottom two will not learn to read. If you teach phonics, the top two will learn to read. If you teach whole language, the top two will learn to read. The bottom two won't. I've shared with you that my background is also in gifted ed. My approach to giftedness, however, is not that the giftedness lies in the top two tiers, which is where we identify. If a child can read coming into kindergarten, we say, oh, they're gifted. Maybe, maybe not. My definition of gifted is, and how I ran my gifted program at West Sioux, if as a teacher you can't meet the needs of that child by what you're doing in the classroom, send them to me. Chances are good the truly gifted child isn't turning in their work. You know they can do it, but they're not doing it because they think it's ridiculous that they have to do the same thing 3 times and tell you that they can do it. It's the one that is causing the discipline issues because they're reading a book that they have read 25 times that they understand, or that the person next to them is asking a question that they could answer, they did answer, and it interrupted your teaching, and they're just a problem. Those are the kids I want, because those are the kids that are probably truly gifted, for whom the classroom is not necessarily appropriate. My youngest daughter, our youngest daughter, gets the best grades of any of the kids. She's not in college. She went for a year because that was the requirement that I had. School is very, very hard for her. She works so hard to get those grades. She was nominated for the gifted program. She is not gifted. She is a good student. What the teacher was doing for her in the classroom was what she needed for a good education. My son, Calvin, truly gifted, highly gifted, unfortunately, got the worst grades of any of the kids. Honestly, I think I was here when I was waiting for word for his graduation. Is he going to or is he not? I mean, seriously. And yet he is the most capable kid that I have. The school, and then COVID, so he was online, so the classroom was not the best place for him. It didn't meet his needs. Never once was he nominated for the gifted program. Okay, enough on my soapbox. Do you have questions about, so this is really my plea for the science of reading for you. Even though I'm really not a phonics person, because that's very structured and and I struggled with the schwa sound when I was young, and I remember the schwa, and I couldn't even say the word. And because even now as an adult, when I teach the phonics of reading, and we do phonics, and there are those 1,000 graphemes, phonemes, diphthongs, that's hard stuff. But I really want you to look at the explicit teaching of reading, because half of our kids aren't learning. And it's all making sense to me now, at my age, that of course that's the way it was, because the pendulum has been swinging. Half of our kids learn to read this way, half of our kids learn to read this way. So when the pendulum swings, half of our kids are going to do well. But we are in an educational crisis in the United States. Our kids are going to be left behind all other countries because we are in a crisis. The teachers are leaving our classroom in droves. We have to do something about it, or we're not going to survive as a country. I truly, truly believe that. And so I greatly admire those of you that are in the classroom and are sticking it out every single day. And I want to be here to support you in doing whatever it is that you need, because this is tough, tough stuff. Okay. Do you have questions about this?
I don't really have a question, but you said something just a little bit ago that maybe has made a big change in my thinking. It was one sentence, and it's with this graph, that the science of reading obviously is beneficial then for the bottom tier, but it certainly doesn't hurt. You didn't use that word, but it doesn't hurt that top tier.
Absolutely.
And you know what? That is something that has bothered me about the science of reading. And so thank you. I appreciate you making that comment.
Sure. So when I teach right brain, left brain, and I teach how you can accommodate right brain, left brain around the circle, we have to teach to both of these kids. And so your comment, do the basal readers, do we have to stick with the curriculum? I hope not. Because these kids on the top two rungs of the ladder, they need the other stuff because we want them to love to read. We want that. And the kind of things that an educated, good, dedicated teacher will do will not hurt the other kids. It will encourage them. And so I feel very strongly about that. And if I could give you 2 things that I want you to continue to do with your children while you incorporate the science of reading and to accommodate all kids and to continue to inspire the love of reading, it is the read aloud. And it is to provide background knowledge. And I wish we were at a state in our country where we could do field trips again. Because I'm sure if you've taken a class from me before, you've heard this story. My husband was working for, well, I don't know what he was doing, but he was working for an IT company, I think. Anyway. And we were at some gathering, and her husband, his boss's husband, was a principal in Omaha. And he knew I was a consultant, and so we were in conversation, and that was at the time when they were closing schools based on test scores. And he said, my school's going to be closed because our test scores are so bad. Will you come and help me? Sure, I'll come. So I spent probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe, every day in his elementary classrooms, watching the teachers, getting to know them, everything. He was in a very, very poor part of Omaha. And I went into his office afterwards to give him my report. And he said to me, okay, Patty, tell me what my teachers are doing wrong. And I said, that's the first thing. Your teachers aren't doing anything wrong. They are teaching the reader, the textbook that you have for them exactly the way that you've told them to do it, exactly the way that it's, and the kids, they don't get it. I said, your kids have no background knowledge of anything going on. None. And he said, well, what are we going to do? And I said, we're going to give them the background knowledge. And so for the rest of the year, I would go there, and as a staff, we would sit down and we would say, okay, how can we give these kids the background knowledge? And we went on field trips. Teachers didn't change. The curriculum didn't change what they were doing, except that. We watched videos. Well, they were not the kind of videos we watch now, but because it was a few years ago. But we watched TV. We did those kinds of things. Their test scores went up immediately. He was named Principal of the Year 2 years later. That's all we did. We gave them the background knowledge that they needed to be able to pass the test. And it was phenomenal. I did somewhat of the same thing in Sacramento. The school I was at, and I was there with Scholastic. And so I couldn't do what needed to be done on Scholastic time because they are a Fidelity textbook company, guided reading, leveled reading. So I would always spend an extra day every time I went there and be myself. And we implemented a program that evidently lots of people use now. I can't remember what we called it, but we did the foundational reading, the 5 skills foundational reading, and the elementary teachers all chose an area of expertise. So if mine was phonics, yours was comprehension, whatever. And then the rest of the teachers chose one of those teams, the custodian, the lunchroom workers, everyone. The principal, everyone. And the lead teacher would train them and provide the activity. All of the children, regardless of grade level, were put into the area that they needed to work in. And we assessed every 3 weeks. They brought their test scores up immediately as well. The program was so successful that when we went to reevaluate for the next year, the principal said to the teachers, how do you want to change it? And unanimously, not just the lead teachers, but unanimously, they said, we want to do it 2 days a week, not just one. Because they were having so much success with it. Was it a lot of work? Oh yeah. I mean, that's a lot of work for teachers to do extra. But they did it, and they did it well. Anyway, okay. I must be out of time because Joe's here, although he's not standing up, jumping.
You're good, you got plenty of time.
Do I? Okay.
You bet.
All right. I don't have a lot left, but I do have some stuff I really want to show you. Okay, remember when I asked you what strategies you have used in teaching? And we didn't really share those out, but I want you to do so now because I want to share, well, first, let's go over this. I forgot that. The 5 components of science of reading are actually called foundational skills. And if you haven't taken a class in foundational skills, if you didn't take science of reading last year here, if you need one, talk to Joe when he has the stage. He will get you signed up because you need to know the foundational skills. 5 foundational skills: phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. And if a child has a hole in phonemic awareness or phonics, they will not be able to move on. This is so important to me. And let me give you some examples. Phonemic awareness. It wasn't until not very long ago, maybe a year, I thought the pedal on the, when you do the gas, I thought it was called feet. That's what I thought it was called all the time I was growing up, whole time. I thought that's really a dumb name for something in a car, but oh well. Till I saw it in print. It is actually called the foot feed. But that's not what I heard. That is not what I heard when I first heard the word. So my whole life I grew up thinking something wrong. Now, that didn't affect my life. It didn't affect learning. It didn't affect my, well, maybe it did affect my driving, but think of words that you have heard incorrectly, so when you saw them in print, you didn't recognize them. That's what phonemic awareness is all about. So if a child is hearing a word incorrectly, they're not going to be able to read it. They just won't be able to. So we have to make sure that a child can connect the right sound to the right letter when they're decoding. That's what phonemic awareness is all about. And then phonics moves on to words and sentences. So many kids that can't read as they get older, it's because they have a hole there. Once a child hits 3rd grade, most teachers after 3rd grade really haven't studied phonics and phonemic awareness in depth enough to teach it, because that isn't their main concern. If you look at the continuum of where these 5 skills are taught, phonemic awareness happens in kindergarten, 1st grade. Phonics happens in 1st, 2nd grade. And then we start on fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. And by the time a child is in 3rd grade, we focus totally on fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. By the time they get to high school, we only focus on comprehension and vocabulary. We don't even think about the rest of it. And yet, if they have a hole, too bad, so sad, graduate and can't read. Sorry. And I will credit the man sitting back there for me learning how to teach my seniors how to read, because he made me take an elementary class in how to teach reading on a Friday night and Saturday. But my kids could read. Okay, so those, and you need to know those inside and out, and I'll tell you why in just a minute. Okay, so when we talked about strategies, when I found this article, and I'm using just the article, I didn't make a PowerPoint or anything out of it because I wanted you to see that I wasn't making this up. These are strategies that I was taught, some of them. When my teachers were going through phonics and phonemic awareness, I don't even know if they, well, phonics had that word, but I don't even know if my teachers were trained in it. But they used some of these. Okay, the first one, finger blending. When you do the C-A-T, C-A-T, okay, that's finger blending. And yeah, we did that in school all the time. I didn't know that's what that was called, but that helps with phonemic awareness, it helps with phonics. Now, do we have more sophisticated things now? Yeah. And we'll do a make and take class, and you can take all those fun things home, and we'll do, we'll cut apart pool noodles, and we'll do all those, and we'll make those spin wheels, and those are fun to do. And they take a lot of your time, and most of us have fingers, and we can do that quick. Okay. Okay. And I'm happy to share this article with you as well, so you can see all of the things that it has to offer. Okay, then the sweeping sound, also known as blending. Remember when I told you how when I was read to, they would go one word at a time? Okay, this is the same idea. So one word at the time, like this, and then you start to sweep. So one letter at a time, then you start to sweep. One word at a time, then you start to sweep. Trying to think of the popsicle stick thing that I used to do, where you would take a popsicle stick and you would do words at a time, and then you would, so you'd underline the words at a time with a popsicle stick, and then you would lay it the other way and do lines at a time. Did anyone use that one? Okay, maybe I dreamed that last night, but this is where I think really good teaching comes in, because you can do those kinds of things, because you know. The idea is you go from sound and letter to bigger. So you start like this, and then you sweep. And you can do that verbally as well. Reader's theater. I love reader's theater. Lots of good things out there. I don't think I need to talk much about that. I also love this, where you study affixes and root word study. And if you talk to any of my former students, they will tell you I love this, because do you know how many vocabulary words you can learn if you learn what the root word means, and then what the prefix and the suffix means? It just opens up your vocabulary entirely. So if you know the word, if you know that the prefix dis, for example, means not, just think. So if you know then disconnect, you can figure out what disconnect means if you know dis means not and connect me. It's phenomenal. So I loved that one, even for older kids. Oh, then academic vocabulary squares. And you're all creative. You can take these ideas, make them yours, make them fun. So academic vocabulary squares, it's a reading strategy for vocabulary, obviously. Then They engage with words in multiple meanings. Oh, Patty, what's that name? And this is because I'm old. That chart that has the word in the middle and it has 4 squares, it's a lady's name, last name. One corner you put the meaning, one corner you draw a picture. What's it called?
We just call it 4 squares in our school.
Oh, who invented it?
She's saying Freyer?
Freyer. Yes, thank you. The Freyer model. That's what I think of when I think of vocabulary squares. So, and you can do fun stuff with that. Double-sided note-taking. This saved my life, still does. Double-sided note-taking, draw a line down the paper. Okay. I don't, personally, I use it a little bit differently than the real way. So the real way is that you take notes on one side from what's in the text, and then on the other side what you think about it. I do that now, but if I were taking this class, on one side of my paper would be like the research or what I'm saying. On the other side would be, how am I going to use this in the classroom? Or what other question might I have? Or how can I, what do I want to look up when I get home? Notes to myself kind of thing. Writing about reading, we all know that's important, so I don't think that's a strategy. Book groups, I don't think that's a strategy I want to talk about right now, is what I should say. Okay, let's look at the questions to make sure that I've covered those. Does the science of reading include comprehension? Yes. What is the science of reading and decodable text? Does anyone need an answer for that? You all know what, okay. Does the science of reading teach sight words? Not explicitly. What is decoding in the science of reading? Same thing. It's decoding. And how can I improve decoding? That's an advertisement for the company. Buy my product is what it says. That's not me, so you don't have to do that. Okay, I have some other things. What time? Okay, I'm going to skip one of these. Another thing I learned when I was teaching is always have more than you need. Okay, why is this important to you? Why is the science of reading important to you? Well, 38 states have adopted science of reading. They go everywhere from states that have mandated state-approved curriculum, states that have mandated teacher training, states that have mandated coaching for teachers. Those are the states. 38. Do you see Iowa on there? Do you? No. However, when you type in,
Was it on page 2?
I don't, oh, here it is. I was just going to type in Iowa. Okay. Iowa's on there under one category. And that category is teacher certification or license renewal. That means, and Joe can probably speak to this better than I, that means when you renew your license or new teachers to get their certification have to know the science of reading. I don't know how you have to prove it. I don't know anything of that because I just saw this last week and didn't delve into it a lot because I was actually looking for South Dakota. So that's coming. That is coming here to your state. You have to know about the science of reading. Then, doing further research, oh, it was May 7th. On May 7th, Kim Reynolds signed into law that the law requires a personalized teaching plan for students who are not reading at grade level. As part of the law, schools are required to notify parents or guardians of their option to retain students at their current grade level if they are not reading proficiently in grades K through 6. So retention is back, but they have to be put on an, I'm going to call it an IEP. It may be called something different in reality. There will be a new literacy assessment for teachers, and that will be online. So you know how you can look up my teaching certificate on my teaching license online? You're going to be able to look up to see if you have that certification online. I have to say, I kind of admire this approach as opposed to the approach that many states are taking where they're mandating the science of learning. Your governor is giving you the opportunity to be educated and certified in the science of reading. To me, that says she is trusting you to know what's going on in education, has not mandated that you have to have state-approved curriculum, so also giving you the ability and trust to do what's best for your kids. That's different than 30, I think 37 of those 38 states, because they have mandated curriculum. However, I will tell you in Oregon, they need to do something, because I presented in front of a huge audience of early childhood influencers in Salem, which is our state capital. And the big joke was, is Oregon number 50 today, or is Louisiana number 50? Okay, that's really sad. So we are, I am leading an initiative in Oregon for early childhood literacy that's going to start prenatal. We're going to start in the doctor's offices. It'll be huge. I hope it's life-changing, because I'm putting my career on this. But anyway, kudos to you in Iowa. I'm very proud to be from this state where the governor is saying, I'm going to respond to this science of reading movement by giving teachers the opportunity to be educated and certified in what's going on, but also to have the authority and ability to do what's best for their kids in the classroom. Okay. We've come a long, long way from when I used to travel with transparencies and pray that wherever I was had an extra light bulb for the overhead machine, to praying that there's internet at the site and that the clicker is working, and that I don't know if you know this or not, but yesterday the storm took out the internet, took out phone service actually, and I couldn't get on the internet, and grades were due yesterday, and we had an onslaught of adults turning in their papers after the due date. Go figure. Yeah, and so poor Brian had to drive me to McDonald's to get enough juice on my phone to grade those papers, but we got it done. We've come a long way. I think that you particularly have an opportunity to show the nation that teachers can do this. So I thank you for your time. Please know that I am here to support you in any way I can, even though I live far away. I get here often because I have all my children except the two youngest ones here in this area. And if we talk nice to Brian, maybe I'll be back soon. Anyway, so questions, yes?
Question. We had Lisa Elliott presented, and she shared a lot of information yesterday about a really good book. It was the Teaching Reading Artfully, and it was about the science of reading. And it had a lot of really common sense information about the teaching. Do you recommend any book that's easy to understand? Some of these books, when you purchase them,
Oh yeah, they're research based.
I'm not that. I'm fairly intelligent, so you know it shouldn't be that difficult. But do you recommend any book that would also be a basic kind of book to help with the understanding of the science of reading?
If I were going to recommend a book on phonics, it would be anything by Wiley Blevins.
Say that again. Anything?
Well, no, that's not the name of it.
That's a really
Anything that Wiley Blevins has written. Blevins. Anything on phonics. I think he's probably one of the best on phonics. For fluency, I would recommend anything that Tim Shanahan has written. I would steer away personally, if it were me, from any of the, and again, I say this with respect, but from the people who are associated with textbooks, such as Lucy Calkins. Not because they don't have valuable things to say, because she certainly does, but because she's associated with a textbook company, right now I'd steer away from that, just so that you can form your own opinion. Let me think about that some more titles, because I have 2 storage sheds full of books, so I should have more ideas on that. And I'll.
We don't want that many ideas.
Do you have any other questions? Okay, then I am going to turn it over to Bob and Joe.
Thank you, Patty.
You're very welcome.
Always a pleasure. Okay, before I turn it over to Joe here and answer some questions you may have, I've been thinking about the last couple days here and listening to the presentations and that, and although I do still go around and do a lot of speaking and that, I was thinking, okay, what would be the best way to close things out here? And it still goes back to, I've been given this message for a long time, and I think it's still the key, because as the discussion went on the last couple of days, you know, well, do we use this program or do we use that program? And boy, what is the best way to teach reading in that? I think this is the best way to sum up how I feel and how there's hope and that you're going to be just fine. And that goes back to, and when I do this talk, and I'll keep it short, but I always like to talk about TEAM. T-E-A-M, and it stands for, it's an acronym for Together Everyone Accomplishes More. And I think that's really the key when we were talking yesterday about different programs and that. We were talking this morning with Julie. It takes a team. It takes everybody working together. It's not one person, not one guru that says this is the way you do it. Everybody follows along. You know, I like the thought about the geese, where the geese fly together and they're helping each other out instead of the ducks that are following along and the only thing they're looking at is the anatomy of the duck in front of them, you know. So I'd like to think about the geese instead. So to me, it's magical when people work together as a team. And, you know, you got to have your teachers, you know, that you guys are important. And, of course, you need the parents, you know, you got to have them. But then you also have the school that those rules you have to follow. And it takes everybody working together if you're going to be successful, you know. And you can't do it alone. You know, you can't be out on an island by yourself. It takes everybody working together. That you got to have nobody's more important than the other. You got to have all three groups. They're all very important. Of course, teachers, to me, if anybody's most important, it's you. Of course, you got to have those parents working with you. And then, of course, you got to follow the rules, keep everybody happy in the school and that. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, everybody goes their own way. The parents going to go home, you know, and do their thing. The school's going to be there yet. And, of course, you're staying around until the end of all kinds of hours getting the job done. But it takes everybody working together as a team. And so when I go around talking, I like to use those 4 letters and talk about a lot of different characteristics under each of those. I'm going to keep it short, though. Okay, under team, you know, you can talk about total commitment and trust and the one thing I will say under time. Time's very important. But to me, I love time. Love is spelled T-I-M-E. Don't tell somebody, boy, oh, I love you so much and that, if you don't give them time. So, you know, and I think that's something you need to really encourage our parents. Parents need to give their kids time, you know. And it's not just quality of time, it's quantity of time. Under the letter E, I talk about empowerment, energy, enthusiasm. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, nothing great can ever be accomplished without enthusiasm. Under M, magic and motivation. But the only thing I'm going to spend time in today is talking about the letter A, and that's your attitude. You can't control the past. You can't control the inevitable. The only thing you can control is that one string you can play on, and that's your attitude. No matter what new superintendent comes in or the class you have, you know, one of those years, the only way you can get through it is your attitude. I love, years ago, the athletic union put out a verse and it went like this. There's little difference in people, but that little difference is a big difference. The little difference is attitude. The big difference is whether it's positive or negative. And I think that's so true. I mean, you get around some people, you know, they just energize you when you're around them, and then other people, you know, you feel like you've been beat up, you know, when you're around them because they just suck the energy out of you. You know, I used to think you had to be good looking to be successful in life. I'm doing a presentation down in San Antonio, Texas, and it was one of those days I had about 300 people in the audience, and that was a great day. And at the end of the day, people were coming up and going, well, good job, congratulations, Nat, you know, and yeah, you know, it's kind of fun. And this one lady comes up, she goes, you know, Bob, she says, I think you're cute and good looking. Well, I says, thank you, I don't hear that very often. She says, well, I didn't think you would. So it isn't good looks that makes a difference, it's your attitude. I used to think you had to be intelligent to be successful, and I went to Morningside College, and I was I worked a couple years before I went to school to play baseball. And so some of the guys on campus knew me, so they said, you don't need to go to all that stuff, come on. And we ended up at Miles Inn and did a bunch of stuff that I probably shouldn't have done. And so I wake up, I have an 8 o'clock class, and it's about 7:45. So I'm scurrying to get to class, and I go running in, and I look for the first seat, and I sit down, and the instructor comes in, he says, welcome to Morningside. He says, I want you to look at the person on your left, and I want you to look at the person on your right. Because 2 out of 3 of you people are going to fail this class. And I thought, sure shooting. And I look over to my right, and there's the valedictorian of my high school class, Marlene Osterby. And this pretty young thing on my left, she's got her National Honor Society pin on, and I'm thinking, oh boy. So, but I tell you what, after I ended up, I didn't fail that class, because right after that class, I went to the registrar's office and I dropped that class. So it isn't good looks, and it isn't your intelligence that makes the difference, it's your attitude. One of the best speakers, and this person changed my life forever. I was a track coach, and I went to Sioux Falls to hear Jim Santos as a speaker. Jim Santos, as a coach, had won the national championship 5 different times without the benefit of a single scholarship. And so he started talking about attitude and that. And then he brings somebody up in the front and tests the strength of this guy's arms. He tested his deltoid muscles, and then he started talking negative to him, saying mean things, and then he tested the strength of his arms, and his arms just wilted. And I thought, yeah, this has been staged. But then I saw that same demonstration done a different way, where they bring somebody, I've done this before, but I'm not going to take the time to do it. I bring somebody from the audience up, I have them stand here and close their eyes, and I have everybody in the audience think negative thoughts about the person, and you got to make them up. Think negative thoughts, test the strength in their arms, and they just wilt. And it works every time. It has never failed me. But then he went on to explain, we truly do have, and I don't know what you call it, electrons or electrodes or whatever, we have energy going back and forth, and you have the power to make somebody's day with your attitude. You have the power to ruin somebody's day with your attitude. You know, and you know the one thing nice about it though, it doesn't matter what your attitude has been in the past. It's like walking into a room and hitting the light switch. You can turn it on to be positive. That's how fast it can happen. And Jim went on to explain, he says when he was the Olympic track coach, he says I had all these groups after me all the time to come and speak. And he says I couldn't do it all the time. He says I didn't have time for myself and my family. But he says there was this one group that just was so persistent. He says I couldn't get away from them. So finally he said, okay, I'll come out and help. It was the Special Olympics. And so he went out and he did it one night and thought that'd be it. But he says, you're great. You got to keep coming back. You got to keep coming back. So he went back and he said there was this one young boy, Dallas, that started paying special attention to him. And he says, every time I went there, this kid was following me all over the place. So I'd try to work with him, and he said he'd be in lane 1, he'd be in lane 8. He was all over the track. He said, this kid just drove me nuts. And he says, it got to the point I'd come home at the end of the day, this kid would be in my driveway. He said he had glasses, you know, the old thick Coke bottle glasses, and he said, there were days, he says, I hate to say it, but he says, I was just tempted just to bump up against him with my car to get him to leave. Well, he said the day of Special Olympics came, and I don't know if you've ever been associated with the Special Olympics, but everybody has a job. He said, and my job was to be a hugger. So he says when the kids finish their event, you're there to give them a big hug and tell them, oh, good job, good job. You know, it didn't matter how they did, you know, just help make them feel good. And he says then the 100-meter dash comes. And he says the PA announcer goes, and running in lane 4 is Dallas, and he has been personally coached by our U.S. Olympic track coach, Jim Santos. And he says, you know, I've been a winner all my life, he said, and now the pressure's on. He says the gun goes off, here comes the kids running down the track. And they're starting to finish the race, and there's Dallas clear back there. And he says, I'm embarrassed. And he says, I kind of turn around the other way and that. And he says, finally Dallas finishes the race, comes up to me, gives me a hug, looks up at me and says, Daddy, Daddy, I made it all the way, and I stayed between the lines. He said it wasn't until that point in time he accepted his own son as being a special needs child. And he says, just then my wife came down out of the stands and says, honey, I'm sorry he didn't do better. And he says, I stopped and I looked at my wife and said, honey, he made it all the way and he stayed between the lines. Isn't that what you guys do? You help the kids finish the race. You help them. When you get them, a lot of them lane 1 and lane 8, and you hope by the end of the year you can help them stay in their lane. So many times we forget to look back where they were at when you get them. But that's what you do. You ask me, can I do it? Well, don't you understand? You're the one to answer, because I can if you think I can. I've got the skills and the courage, but that alone won't do. I must be sure that you believe I can do what you ask me to. So whether or not I reach my goals, in your hands I place the key. Because if I'm ever going to reach new heights, I must know that you believe in me. This morning was a perfect example with Andrew's story. He finally found somebody that believed in him and cared for him. And look at the success he turned out to be. He's a valuable contributor to society. That's what each of you do. And I think sometimes we spend so much time worrying about programs, we forget we are in the people business. That's why each of you have chosen the profession you're in. It's because you care about kids. Kids don't care what you know until they know you care. Then you take all these different strategies that you're learning in your own schools, or you've heard from the expert teachers here in these 2 days. You put them in your toolbox. All those kids are different. And you take those kids and you help them grow from there. So, 20 years, it's been fun. But thank you, each of you, for making it worthwhile. God bless. Joe, we probably have some questions about graduate work here and that, so it's all yours.
I'm all ready to answer. It may not be the correct answer, but I can give an answer.
Joe, I tell you what, if there's anybody that's more knowledgeable about licensure, working with the colleges and that, I don't know who he is. Joe has been a blessing to work with all these years. He's the one that's been kind of considering my broker. You know, we've started off with how many different colleges, but all of a sudden the cost would go up or the requirements would go up. And Joe would say, hey, we can do better than that. And Joe would get on the phone, and that's why we're working with the University of Sioux Falls now, because of Joe. So, and I've always said, if you're getting to that age where you're thinking of retiring or you're changing lanes or whatever and you have questions, I'd call, instead of calling Des Moines, I'd call Joe. Because he's forgotten more than a lot of the people know down there. So
I go back a long way on that. But I did want to check, and that's one of the things I did want to bring up, because a lot of times teachers will say, well, I don't need graduate credit, I just need renewal credit. Okay, the reason we are doing this, it's graduate credit, but graduate credit can be used for lane movement. But the key thing is, graduate credit crosses state lines. And being in, for most of you, you're in a school that isn't too far from Minnesota, South Dakota, Nebraska, you know, and I look at it myself of teachers, many of them that I know, after they retire in one state, go to another, keep certified on that. And the thing here that we've worked with University of Sioux Falls is that this is professional development graduate credit. Okay? It is professional development, and what that really means, if you are going to get a master's through University of Sioux Falls, you might be able to use one or two of the professional development graduate credit classes. They are not master's program classes, and that's the difference. And the main thing is, if you've checked with any other colleges, or even your, a lot of times even your staff development, it might, well, with the colleges, it's going to be 45 to 1. In other words, 45 hours of class work for 1 hour of graduate credit. University of Sioux Falls with professional development graduate credit, it is 15 contact hours for 1 hour of credit. See, and that's the big difference there on that, because we'd worked with Morningside, I've worked with Northwestern, you know, and in fact, even a few other colleges through the years, and things kept changing, you know, with the institutions. And even at the State Department, their definition of a credit hour is still 15 contact hours. Why does all the rest of this get added on? A lot of times it's busy work, you know, and I was at Morningside. I was in charge of the graduate program for about 12 years there. And every time they would go, well, that's a 3-hour course, but we need to make it a 4-hour course. What are you adding? Well, I don't know if we're adding anything to that, but the state has changed the requirements for like a reading endorsement or whatever the endorsement might be. So we have to add credit hours. And, you know, and I dealt with it for a few years. Did I like it? No. Because I kept thinking, okay, what new learnings were presented? What can you now do with that, from that 4-hour course that you couldn't do with the 3-hour? Most of the time, nothing on that. So, but I do want to check with you too. How many of you, do you know when your license expires? Good, good. Because even that's changed too, because there was a time when they all expired at the end of the summer, you know, and that, and it went to your birthday month, okay, on that. And why did it change? Because the BOEE was overwhelmed during the summer. They couldn't handle all of that. So spreading it out, then they could handle that on there. But how many of you have checked on your license? Go on the BOEE website, and you can just enter your name and it'll tell you exactly what you are certified in, when your license expires, you know. And if you, for instance, I go back far enough where, boy, I'm certified in a lot of areas, because that was before they added, you know, the middle school endorsement and all of the ELL and every one of those things. And I was actually, when I finished, I was a K9. It wasn't a K8 or K6. It was a K9 certification on there. But do go in and check and make sure that everything is correct with that, on that. Also, are you aware that when you want to renew your license, you can renew it up to a year in advance on that? But that's one thing too that you need to be careful of, because if you renew it, to make sure that when you get that new license, it's showing 5 years, not 4, because you renewed it at that time on there. So, now, any questions you have about your renewal, any of that stuff?
I just have one. So I have my master's.
Okay.
And so I can renew, well, it's January of 26, so I could renew starting January because I have my 4 credits.
Yeah.
But they passed that law that if I renew it with my master's with some proof, I won't have to renew it again. Is that correct?
I just did it.
Is it
You received a
easy?
letter from your superintendent.
Just that
Yep.
you've taught for 10 years?
And then a copy of your transcript, your master's program. A letter from your superintendent.
Even though they already have it because they did it with your... Oh.
It was slick.
Perfect. Thanks.
And see, that's actually, Bob's aware of this too, is that something new? About 40 years ago.
Right, yeah, it came back around.
Yeah.
I have one because of Joe. Had to put that in, it's changing, get a permanent professional.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now.
Yeah, my principal had put it on the last year before they switched it back.
And see, after I had taught, actually that was even more than 40 years ago, after I had taught 5 years, had my master's, had permanent professional, I could have gone the rest of my teaching career without ever having to take another class on that, until human relations came along.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because human relations, many of you would not be aware of what happened when that came in. Because you didn't need human relations to get your license, but you needed human relations to renew your license. Okay? And then they even put in something in there too where everybody had to have the human relations on it. So that even got administrators, everything on that. Because at that time, Iowa was one of the few states that had a human relations requirement. So you could get your teacher's degree in some other state, come to Iowa, and you're going to need that. However, you didn't need it to start with. So that was kind of interesting on that. Okay, any questions on?
When we sign up online,
Pardon?
when we sign up online, will we be paying online too?
Oh, yeah, I think, did you get the information on that? So you register directly with University of Sioux Falls, but did they show, Bob, did they show that hotline? Did they send that out?
I don't think that got sent out. I didn't see it anyway, so.
No,
Ooh.
we don't know where to go.
Well,
I can
Hot
do
link.
it right now.
It's, okay, because, that's what we had that sent where it was a hot link for all 4 of them.
I will make sure with Tara, I'll get.
Okay,
Yes,
do you want to
I
do
said-
it, or do you want me to do it right now? I can just have them all type in their emails.
Yes.
They can do it
Yeah,
right
do
now.
that.
But everybody's gonna.
Because I sent you.
Oh, everyone's gonna.
Everyone will,
Yeah.
be besides
Yeah.
these guys.
I did send it to Tara too
Okay.
at that time, so.
Yes, I haven't seen it sent. Maybe she did, but evidently she didn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
I had to search for it online, and it was very hard to find on the Sioux Falls website. Normally it pops up and you had to type in the class name in order for it to come up this time.
And see with this, if you click on that, it takes you right there to that particular class. And it's on the USF website, and you can go through with our classes, click on it, and I didn't even put it on our LDA, our Classroom Connections website, because when we sent that out, we thought, okay, that's the information going to everybody, so they have firsthand to do that. So that.
I will make sure that gets sent to you. I'll see Tara not tonight, but tomorrow night. So
Okay.
I'll have her.
Very good, yeah.
And I will also be sending out the addresses and phone numbers of all the presenters too. And I'm going to forward, because some of the quality of the sound net wasn't the best. Jeff's going to send me the not the PowerPoints, but the YouTubes of the conference. Even though you've already been here, I'll send you guys the YouTubes as well, so that way you can look back if you have any questions on anything.
Okay, good. Any other concerns, questions? Oh,
Yeah, can you explain the 3 graduate credits this year and how it's different and
Well, here's
the cost on that? Well, I just didn't.
okay. The 3 graduate credits you can take if you didn't take the class in 2022. You take that and you get 1 graduate credit. Then you can take 2023 if you didn't do that, and then you get 1 graduate credit. And you're taking 2024 and you get 1 graduate credit. So you're really taking 3 separate classes to get the 3 credits.
Oh, so we need the link to all of those classes
You will
too?
get, yes.
And they will all be on
And they're
there.
all separate?
Tara, everyone's
Got it.
separate, and
Okay.
Tara will be sending those out to you. So
Okay, I'm
next
sorry.
week, in fact, I'm trying to think, next week, there's a class next week, the following week, and the following week, and I can't remember which order that is, but.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So those 3 credits were 22, 23, 24?
Yes, yeah, and you can only take it once, so I mean, if you took 22,
Right.
you can't do it again, you know.
And each one has a different title.
Yes, okay.
And see, that's what how it will show up on the USF transcript on that. And so, and the USF transcript, that was in that information I sent too. It will have what you get, and with the transcript, it'll be like a 550 graduate credit number. So that's important in a lot of, because in a lot of schools, they said, we need to have it as a graduate level, and it is.
So is there 2, like if we take one, like, okay, I missed 22. So if I took that one, is it, we pay Sioux Falls and then do we pay you 2 like we do for this as well? Okay.
Yeah, it's just like, they're all separate classes.
Okay. And they're on YouTube or
You get YouTube sent to you.
of each year?
Each year, yeah. So like, for instance, whatever class we have next week, Patty and I will do Zoom for about 20 minutes that will explain, how to do it, how you take the class. Then we send out the YouTubes, it'll be day 1 and day 2 of that year. And then you have like 2 weeks to do it on your own. You don't have to set in the class. You get the YouTube and you can watch it. If you want to do it at night, go to all the kids' ball games and that during the day, sit down and do it at night. Same requirements as if you're here.
And how long do we have to do that? Or is there
2 weeks after the class. So like today, 2 weeks from now, I'd like to have everything sent to me.
actually on that, if they get that sent out at USF, it has right on there, and I think it is probably 2 weeks, you can register for this class up until, and it says right on there.
It's, I put your email right.
Oh,
on there,
yes.
so.
That's
If anyone
reading
wants
practice.
to
Thank
use
you,
my-
Patty.
Yeah, if anyone
On
wants
there.
to use my computer.
Registration deadline on each. So it is the 2-week time frame in there
Can we
approximately.
get that forwarded to us right now or no? Can we,
I bet you
Yeah,
can we come up and type in our
Just
email?
type your name up and send it to yourself, then you know it's done right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so if we do that, back to the, you'll get an email, so then you know, like, you have another, how do we then get you the money for the class?
Just, because the original email that came out, it should have had, you can click on, do just like you did for the register for this class.
Okay.
You should be able to download or, the form for that yet.
That's, yeah, because that's exactly what everybody should have got. This there, of course, a hot link and takes you right to it. And let's see, Bob, the next one, what is that? That's the inspiring the unmotivated reader. And then he's putting magic into reading. So, yeah. So that should be there. Also, if you get to where you can't, you're totally stumped. On my email, mine is just Rosner, R-O-S-E-N-E-R. Oh, yeah, it's at the top up there, that Joe wrote, but it's Rosner at Iowa, iowa-lda.org. And because that will, and actually just the iowa-lda.org will take you right to our website also, the Classroom Connections.
The one thing too, and I shared with a few people, I know the University of Sioux Falls is probably the friendliest group of people.
Yes.
If you call and have any questions. A lot of times they'll say, oh, here, just let me help you, and we'll just do it.
And Stacy is the person that I deal directly with her. Stacy Metters down there, and that is actually a phone number down there that's directly to her. If you get to some problem where it's not going through, that's the contact.
Those magic tricks that I did, they're just illusions. But the magic that Joe does really is true magic.
Very true.
And they are real people up there, because I go visit with them up there too, just to make sure everything's still going fine. But they are ones that appreciate the business and stuff. So, and the classes that are offered.